Welcome back, brothers, to Abo Lore. Tonight's lore, dive into lore of the champions of Thanatos. As always, before we get to madness, be sure to like and comment the videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the burr. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the bad news.
Lord General Tavian Drone had watched armies die before, but never with such administrative efficiency. The stratagem of the Leviathan command crawler shook every time its forward siege batteries fired, a slow mechanical concussion that traveled through adamantium decking and up through the soles of his boots. Beyond the armor-glass ports, Drevenor Prime had ceased to resemble a world made for human habitation. The horizon was a bruise of chemical cloud and artillery smoke. Trench systems stretched for hundreds of kilometers across plains once occupied by manufactoria, refineries and worker habs, their geometries broken by shell craters large enough to swallow armored companies. Basilisk batteries fired from revetments dug into the bones of ruined cities, their long guns recoiling until hydraulic housings steamed. Lehman Russ companies crawled forward through avenues dammed with corpses, dozer blades pushing bodies aside in black-red heaps, while tracks ground bone into mud. Troop trains came shrieking from the eastern hive belts beneath clouds of soot, stopped only long enough for ramps to fall, and vomited fresh regiments into assembly grounds already under bombardment. Men disembarked with kit bags, laser guns and devotional strips fixed to their flak armor, looked westward once, and understood that Drevenor had built a railway directly into hell. The hololithic globe above Drone's command dais was almost entirely red. 32 hive conglomerations still answered the planetary voxnet. 9 did so intermittently. 6 had fallen silent during the night. Drevenor had once counted its inhabitants in tens of billions, because lesser figures were considered inconvenient to the administratum. Now it counted them in evacuation cohorts, labor battalions, replacement drafts, and corpse reclamation tonnage. 14 billion soldiers, militia, and emergency levies remained nominally capable of bearing arms, though Drone knew the figure was a bureaucratic fiction. Entire divisions were represented on the tactical display by unit sigils, despite having lost half their strength. Regiments that had been wiped out continued to exist on Munitorum ledgers because no clerk had survived to amend the records. Casualties had passed the point at which names retained meaning. 1 million men lost around Hive Morvath became a percentage reduction in Western manpower. 300,000 dead in the Krail salient became an ammunition expenditure adjustment. Human beings vanished into columns of figures until a staff officer could announce, without emotion, that losses remained sustainable. Drone had learned long ago that the Imperium did not preserve mankind by valuing human life. It preserved mankind because it possessed more human lives to spend. A warning rune flared above the western front. Colonel Major Hestian leaned over the primary hololith, his face silvered by projection light. Enemy movement, Lord General. Sector Cineris through Helicon. Mass readings increasing. Drone watched crimson blocks swell across the map. Armor? He asked. Hestian swallowed before answering. Infantry first. Numbers beyond Auspec's confidence. Armor behind them. The picked feed resolved through static and showed movement inside the fog. At first it looked like weather, something shifting beneath the poisoned haze, but then forms emerged by the thousand, and the thousand became tens of thousands. Poxwalkers came stumbling through artillery craters in ragged waves, swollen flesh splitting through stolen uniforms, eyes milk white, jaws working around broken teeth. Some carried laser guns they no longer understood. Others dragged cleavers, entrenching tools, lengths of chain, or nothing at all. Behind them came plague-corrupted militia in filthy respirators, firing badly but continuously as they advanced over their own dead. The Imperial guns opened. Earth erupted beneath the first ranks. Hundreds vanished beneath fountains of soil and flesh. Thousands more walked through what remained. Then the Death Guard appeared. They did not run with the infected masses. They did not need to. Plague Marines moved through the fog in scattered files, enormous shapes in swollen plate, the color of drowned metal and old decay, armor crusted with corrosion, horns and ruptured cabling. Their bolt guns fired with measured rhythm. Every shot seemed selected, every target deliberate. Behind them, plague-burst crawlers squatted low among the ruins and threw diseased shells high into the poisoned sky. Fated bloat drones descended over the trench line with obscene grace, their turbines howling as plague weapons washed Imperial positions in filth. Corrupted battle tanks ground forward through drifts of bodies, tracks becoming packed with shredded uniforms, mashed limbs and wet fragments of human anatomy. A chimera tried to reverse from one advancing machine and threw a track. The traitor tank rolled over it. Armor buckled, men boiled from the rear hatch, only to disappear beneath the following tracks. The Death Guard did not cheer. They did not break formation. They simply continued moving, patient as geological collapse. Line Merivar reports breach conditions, Hestian said. Another officer cut across him. Contamination alarm in Merivar command trench. They are requesting sealed reserves. Drone turned toward the central display as yellow runes flickered red. A plague shell descended into a crowded trench complex and burst without the clean flash of conventional high explosive. A cloud rolled outward, greasy and green. Men staggered from dugouts, clutching their throats. One guardsman tore away his respirator and vomited a rope of blood and tissue across the parapet. Another fired his lasgun until his abdomen distended beneath his armor and split, swollen loops of intestine forcing themselves through torn fatigues. The picked feed jolted when the operator began screaming. Commissars appeared along the trench line, bolt pistols raised, executing men whose infection markers had turned crimson. One commissar shot 3 soldiers, turned to shout an order, and began coughing. Blood flooded through the grill of his rebreather. He stood rigid for several seconds, then drew his pistol beneath his chin and fired before the corruption could claim his mind. Drone watched the rune representing the entire regiment blink twice and change from amber to black. "Burn Merivar," he said. No one answered immediately. Drone looked at Hestian. "Did you misunderstand me?" The Colonel Major straightened. "No, Lord General." He relayed the command. Hellhound squadrons waiting behind the reserve line advanced into their own trenches. Inferno cannons opened. Prometheum flooded bunkers, traverse ways and firing steps. Men who had been defending those positions minutes earlier became black shapes thrashing inside walls of fire. Some climbed the parapets and ran toward the tanks with burning hands outstretched. Heavy bolters cut them down. The red contamination runes vanished one after another until Lina Merivar was no longer a military formation, but a strip of burning earth. Drone stared at it without expression. Drevenor had reached the stage of war in which survival and execution were separated only by timing. The translation alarms began 3 minutes later. Every lumen in the strategium changed to crimson. Servitors locked in their brass alcoves began chanting collision warnings, while astropaths somewhere deep within the Leviathan screamed through sealed doors. Hestian looked upward, as though he might see the void through kilometers of armor. Warp translation, high orbit. Drone's first thought was that the enemy had brought reinforcements. His second was that there was nothing left on Drevenor worth reinforcing. The primary void display resolved slowly. 3 vessels had translated beyond the inner defense cordon, black against the starfield, and massive enough that even their projected silhouettes dominated the tactical sphere. Identification codes arrived before any greeting. The largest was a battle barge, Mors Invicta. The others were strike cruisers, Judgment Unending and Ashen Testament. Their transponder sigils carried the authority of the Adeptus Astartes. The strategium changed when the name appeared. Men who had watched regiments burn allowed themselves to breathe. Someone whispered, "The Emperor provides." Drone did not. He had served beside Space Marines twice in his life, and understood that relief was a luxury best delayed until one knew what kind of angels had answered. The first transmission from the new arrivals contained no benediction, no proclamation of brotherhood, no promise that Drevenor would be saved. A voice flattened by vox distortion spoke across the command deck. Planetary command, authenticate strategic authority, transfer full disposition of ground forces, orbital defense status, contamination projections, atmospheric plague data, and unrestricted access to military vox. Architecture. Acknowledge. Hestian stared at Drone. They want command access. Drone keyed the reply himself. This is Lord General Tavian Drone, Supreme Commander, Drevenor Theatre. Identify your commanding officer. A pause followed. Then the voice answered, Chapter Master Caedmon Threx, Champions of Thanatos. Prepare to receive. Threx arrived aboard a Thunderhawk less than an hour later. The gunship descended onto the Leviathan's upper landing platform through a rain of ash, engines blasting wreckage and charred paper across the deck. He entered the strategium without removing his helmet. Near black ceramite made him seem carved from the darkness between lumen banks, bone-white plates breaking the armor at the shoulders, the aquila upon his breast worn and scarred rather than polished. Every movement carried the terrible economy of an Astartes warrior. No wasted shift of balance, no glance without purpose. Two battle brothers followed him, both silent. Inquisitor Merrick Solus waited beside Drone in a long black coat over carapace armor, his rosette displayed openly. Threx did not bow to either man. 14 billion soldiers and militia remain operational worldwide, Drone said after the tactical summary. The figure excludes labor cohorts and non-combatant support. Threx studied the hololith. Numbers are meaningful only while they can kill. Drone felt Hestian stiffen behind him. Solus regarded the Space Marine without expression. And what precisely do the champions of Thanatos intend to accomplish here, Chapter Master? Salvation. Threx turned his helmet toward him. Denial. Solus waited. Of the enemy's objective? Of victory. And Drevenor? Threx looked back to the planetary display. Secondary. Silence gathered around the command dais. Drone had expected arrogance. What he heard instead was something colder. Calculation, without any requirement that the answer be humane. The first report from Position Helicon arrived while Threx was still aboard the Leviathan. The 72nd Drevenor Armored had broken. Enemy plague bombardment had collapsed its forward earthworks. 2 squadron commanders were dead, and surviving vehicles were withdrawing east along Transit Artery 6. The retreat turned to panic when civilian transports and ambulances merged into the same highway. Hundreds of chimeras, fuel carriers, troop trucks and refugee haulers jammed together between ferrocrete retaining walls, while wounded men spilled from overloaded vehicles. Threx listened to the report, then transmitted one order to Captain Malak Orson, already descending from orbit. Open the artery, restore Helicon. No further instruction was necessary. Orson's Thunderhawk landed on the highway itself. Its heavy bolters fired over the heads of fleeing soldiers, stitching a line of explosions across the road ahead until the retreat stopped. 30 champions disembarked into the choking exhaust. Captain Orson found the regiment's colonel beside a command chimera, shouting at traffic wardens, while Medicaid dragged screaming men through the mud. The colonel saw the Astartes approach and attempted to salute. Captain, the position was untenable. We were being enveloped and my orders were... Orson drew his bolt pistol and fired once. The colonel's head disappeared in a burst of red mist and fragments that pattered against the chimera's hull. Orson looked at the surviving officers. Position Helicon was designated held ground. Your commander abandoned it. You will not. One major, pale with shock, found enough courage to speak. The road is blocked, Lord. We have wounded, civilians, wrecked transports. We cannot clear all of this. Orson's helm lenses remained fixed upon him. You have 11 minutes. That is impossible. No, it is merely costly. The Major gestured toward a row of Medici carriers pinned against the retaining wall. Men were visible inside, some without limbs, some connected to blood pumps. There are thousands who cannot move. Orson turned toward the drainage chasm beyond the eastern barrier. Push the wrecks over the edge. The Major stared. With the wounded still inside? You have 10 minutes. Engines roared. Dozer-equipped chimeras moved forward. The first crippled transport went over the barrier nose first, carrying wounded soldiers with it. Others followed. Men screamed, cursed, prayed, and begged for time. The champions did not respond. By the time Orson's count expired, Transit Artery 6 was open, and the surviving armored companies were moving west again. Aboard the Mors Invicta, preparation for war resembled worship, stripped of comfort. Chapter serfs worked beneath the supervision of tech marines, fastening ceramite plate over reinforced body gloves and checking each armor seal with ritual precision. Bolt guns rested upon black iron racks, while ammunition feeds were counted by hand and blessed with machine oil. Melter guns were pressure tested. Plasma coils glowed behind protective housings. Chains wards were activated against braking clamps until their teeth shrieked and the air stank of hot metal. Devastator squads received Lascannons and missile launchers. Tactical squads checked magazines, grenades, and mag-locked melter charges. In the armorium's deeper vaults, veterans stepped into tactical dreadnought plate beneath swinging sensors whose smoke smelled less of temple incense than lubricant, ozone, and scorched wiring. Malak Orson walked among them in silence, while artificers sealed the damage to his own plate from an earlier campaign. His warriors did not boast. They did not trade promises of victory. Sergeant Bren Cord slammed a fresh magazine into his bolter and looked toward his captain. "Orders," Orson answered. "Endure." Cord inclined his head. "Advance." A third voice completed the catechism from deeper in the armorium. "Destroy." The words passed through the assembled battle brothers without being shouted. They required no volume. They were not inspiration. They were instruction. The next decision belonged to Threx. Auspex arrays aboard the strike cruisers detected a plague column moving through Transit District Varos toward Drevanor's principal orbital defense nexus. Nearly 2 million civilians remained trapped inside the district. Drone demanded evacuation time. 6 hours, he said over the command link. "Give me 6 hours and I can move half of them." Threx's answer came immediately. "Enemy contact with the defense nexus in 73 minutes. Then give me 1 hour. Insufficient. Those are Imperial citizens. So are the soldiers who die if the orbital batteries fall." Drone felt fury rise in his throat. "You would murder 2 million loyal subjects on a projection?" Threx regarded the tactical display. "I would kill 2 million to prevent the deaths of 20 billion. He turned toward the weapons officer. "Authorize strike." High above Drevanor, the Mors Invicta fired. The lance strike came down as a line of white so intense that orbital picked capture washed blind for several seconds. Transit District Varos vanished beneath expanding incandescent fire. Hab towers became silhouettes and then ceased to exist. Ferrocrete ran molten through streets filled with refugees and infected alike. Shockwaves flattened everything beyond the primary blast zone. The plague column disappeared with the civilians it had been using as concealment. On the Leviathan's tactical display, an entire district simply went dark. Drone stood beside Threx and heard nothing from the chapter master. No prayer, no justification, no apology. Minutes later, the champions of Thanatos went to war. Drop pods screamed through Drevanor's poisoned atmosphere, heat sheathing their black hulls, while thunderhawks plunged beneath them through flak and burning cloud. Heavy bolters opened from the gunships as they crossed the enemy lines, explosive rounds tearing infected infantry apart in clusters. Bodies burst under impacts meant to kill armored transhumans. Limbs cartwheeled through the smoke. A poxwalker horde turned upward too late and vanished beneath strafing fire that reduced hundreds to pulverized meat spread across the cratered road. Orson's pod struck among them hard enough to crack ferrocrete. The hatches detonated outward. He emerged before the smoke cleared, bolt gun already firing. The first shell entered a plague-swollen man's chest and exploded inside him, scattering ribs and organs across those behind. The second removed another creature's shoulder and half its neck. Champions stepped from neighboring pods in ordered files, establishing interlocking fields of fire while tracer and lastbolts crossed around them. They did not charge screaming into the enemy. They advanced at walking pace. A corrupted militia officer lunged at Orson with a chain blade. Orson caught the man's wrist, crushed the bones inside his glove, and drove him down beneath one boot. The bolter fired once, skull, helmet, and the upper. Portion of the man's spine disappeared across the road. Beside him, Cord fired disciplined pairs into approaching poxwalkers, each bolt bursting torsos or blasting limbs from sockets. A plague marine emerged through the smoke beyond them, enormous, corroded, and impossibly steady. Orson saw it and altered formation without raising his voice. Heavy weapon, left. A meltergun discharged. White heat consumed the traitor's breastplate and everything behind it. The thing remained standing for half a heartbeat before its upper body collapsed into glowing ruin. Within 20 minutes, the landing ground belonged to the champions. Bodies lay so thick across the transit causeway that the Astartes walked upon them rather than between them. Orson ordered ammunition redistributed, wounded status reported, eastern approaches scanned. His helm display filled with confirmation runes. Then, every rune vanished. A burst of static entered the chapter frequency. Orson stopped. No mortal signal should have known the cipher. No Imperial unit outside the chapter possessed the band. The voice that came through it was slow, deep and degraded by age, yet unmistakably deliberate. Lost sons. Several champions turned their helms toward one another. The voice continued. Lost sons of the 14th. For the first time since planetfall, Orson heard uncertainty on the chapter command channel. Not panic, not fear. Something smaller and therefore more disturbing. A silence where an immediate order should have been. Then Threx's voice broke through. Erase this frequency from all mortal archives. Seal transcription. No repetition beyond chapter command. Orson looked across the corpse-covered causeway toward the burning horizon. His warriors were already returning to formation because obedience demanded movement, even when understanding failed. He had served the champions of Thanatos for centuries. He had seen chapter masters wounded, cities condemned, brothers torn apart, and worlds burned in the Emperor's name. He had never once heard Caedmon Threx hesitate. Now he had. And Malak Orson found himself wondering what, in all the darkness of the galaxy, could make his chapter master afraid. The stratagem of the Mors Invicta had been built to make worlds seem small. Drevenor Prime hung above the central command pit as a vast hololithic sphere, its continents rendered in layers of tactical light, its oceans dim beneath atmospheric contamination, its cities reduced to fortress sigils and casualty runes. Thousands of front lines crawled across the projection like infections beneath translucent skin. Amber formations marked Astra Militarum army groups still capable of offensive action. Red denoted enemy concentrations. Black marked territory from which no reliable signal had returned. The colors changed constantly. Every few seconds, a regiment disappeared, an artillery brigade ceased transmitting, or another district passed contamination thresholds and was condemned. Along the base of the projection, casualty estimates climbed by millions. Chapter Master Caedmon Threx watched without comment, while mortal officers delivered reports through encrypted vox links, and champion sergeants stood motionless around the command pit in near black armor, bone-white pauldrons reflecting the bloody glow of Drevenor beneath them. Captain Malak Orson remained opposite Threx. His armor still carried dried human blood from Transit Artery 6 and black scoring from the landing zone. He had not ordered it cleaned. There had been no reason to. The enemy warband identifies itself as the Pallid Sepulchre, Threx said. His gauntleted hand passed through the hololith and enlarged a series of enemy command markers. Its confirmed master is Varek Dol, heretic, traitor, veteran of an antiquity conventional archives cannot reconcile. Malak's helm remained mag-locked at his belt. He knew our cipher. Threx did not look at him. Bastion Acheron will fall within 6 hours if the present engagement continues. Malak's expression did not change. He knew a chapter frequency, Lord. Threx enlarged Acheron instead. Then you understand why the enemy commander must die. Bastion Acheron was less a fortress than the exposed crown of a subterranean defense complex, a mountain of ferrocrete, adamantium galleries, gun towers, tracking arrays and buried reactors, controlling a significant portion of Drevenor's northern orbital batteries. If Acheron fell intact, the Pallid Sepulchre could blind the Imperial fleet over half a continent and turn defense lasers against reinforcement traffic descending from orbit. Hundreds of millions of guardsmen were already fighting within the Acheron theater, but the war had become too broad for conventional force to deliver precision. Threx broke the problem apart, without ceremony. Astra Militarum formations would hold the plague host across the continental approaches. Basilisk regiments would saturate enemy assembly zones. Manticore batteries would fire on predetermined corridors to force the traitors into hardened trenches. Whirlwinds from the champion's armory would suppress the fortress approaches. Thunderhawks would strike anti-aircraft emplacements at low altitude. 3 successive drop insertions would place tactical squads, veterans, devastators, and command elements directly behind the enemy's assault echelon. Fewer than 100 Astartes would attack where hundreds of millions of mortals could not be concentrated quickly enough. Malak studied the geometry of the assault until the entire sequence existed in his mind, without need of the display. "We are not reinforcing Acheron," he said. "We are removing the force attacking it." "Correct. Then no brother expends ammunition on a target the guard can kill." Threx finally looked at him. "State the principle." Malak's gaze moved across the assembled sergeants. "Every bolt must purchase more than a mortal shot. Every loss must alter the battle. We do not kill because something stands before us. We kill what prevents victory." No one answered. None needed to. The bombardment began beneath them, though the first sign aboard the battle barge was not sound, but the sudden proliferation of impact runes across the hololith. Thousands of Imperial guns fired within the same minute. On Drevenor's surface, the effect was geological. Basilisk Earthshaker rounds crossed the poisoned sky in shrieking arcs and descended in batteries rather than singly, hammering trench networks until parapets dissolved and dugouts folded in on those sheltering within them. Manticore rockets rose through the smoke on columns of flame, divided overhead, and came down upon plague armor massing behind the lines. Whirlwinds closer to the fortress fired Castellan and Vengeance pattern warheads into coordinates marked by orbiting auger arrays, their missiles descending almost vertically into trench mouths, gun pits, and ammunition stores. The crust beneath Acheron trembled. Hab blocks already cracked by weeks of bombardment collapsed under vibrations alone. Imperial troops crouched beneath firing steps, while dust sifted from revetments and teeth clicked together inside skulls. The Death Guard endured. Pict feeds showed plague marines emerging from explosions that would have erased mortal infantry platoons. One traitor crawled from a crater without an arm, diseased matter sloshing from the torn socket, maggots spilling across his breastplate. Another stood upright after a shell fragment had opened his abdomen from hip to sternum, loops of rotten intestine dragging behind him as he resumed his advance. They were not surviving through discipline alone. Their flesh had become something that refused the ordinary covenant of injury and death. Malak's drop pod entered the atmosphere as the artillery reached its height. Restraint harnesses locked him and his squad against acceleration strong enough to pulverize an unaugmented man. Warning runes flashed across the inner hull. Outside, ablative plating burned white. Brother Veyron murmured firing solutions from his helm display. Sergeant Cord checked his bolter one final time. Malak carried a power sword and bolt pistol for the first phase of the assault, because the landing zone would be too confined for elegant marksmanship. The pod struck behind the enemy command line with sufficient force to crater the manufacturum causeway beneath it. Explosive bolts fired. The doors slammed outward. Malak was already moving. His pistol barked twice. The first shell entered a plague-corrupted commander's sternum and detonated inside the torso, ripping the man open from chest to spine and throwing fragments of rib into the cultists behind him. The second struck another through the mouth. The back of the skull erupted across a vox servitor. Cord and Veyron emerged on either side, bolters hammering in controlled pairs. A militia officer, swollen beneath a coat of medals and fungal growths, staggered through the barrage with half his abdomen missing, entrails hanging in a steaming loop from the wound. He raised a chain axe and attempted to speak. Malak crossed the distance before the weapon completed its first revolution, seized the officer by the throat, and drove him onto the ground. The man's skull burst beneath one downward step from an armored boot. There was no flourish in it. Astartes' mass, powered ceramite and ferrocrete, simply resolved the matter. The first plague marines reached them through the smoke moments later. Malak saw the resemblance in method before he saw the details of corruption. They advanced in mutually supporting files, bolters covering angles, while heavier weapons moved between them. They did not rush to exploit the shock of the drop assault. They absorbed it. One fired into Brother Helkan's breastplate and forced him half a step backward. Helkan returned fire without breaking formation. Cord called, "Traitor heavy weapon, right arcade," and Veyron shifted his aim. Malak engaged the nearest plague marine at close range. The traitor's helm was little more than rusted plate, grown around a horned skull shape, one lens leaking green luminescence. Malak fired through the faceplate. The bolt detonated inside the helmet. Half the head vanished. The plague marine remained standing. A blackened jaw worked once beneath what remained of the helm, and the bolter in its hands began to rise. Malak fired again into the throat, and then drove his power sword through the warrior's chest. Blue-white energy crackled along the blade as corrupted ceramite split. When he tore the weapon free, diseased fluid spilled across the ground, crawling with pale larvae. To Malak's left, Brother Karen met a plague cleaver, descending in a blur of corroded iron. The blade sheared through ceramite at the upper arm and severed the limb completely. Karen's bolter fell with the hand still locked around its grip. He did not cry out. He stepped backward, trapped the weapon beneath his remaining forearm, tore his fallen bolter from the severed hand, and locked it against his chestplate. He began firing one-handed into the traitor at a distance of less than 2 meters. Bolt shells detonated through corrupted armor until the plague marine's torso opened like rotten masonry beneath demolition charges. Apothecary Lucan Sereth forced his way into the line, Narthesium extended. "Withdraw." Karen continued firing. "I remain combat capable. Your brachial arteries are sealed by armor compression, not healing." "Then the seal is sufficient." Sereth caught him by the gorget and dragged him behind the advancing formation with strength that would have broken a mortal man's neck. "You are chapter property until I declare otherwise." Karen's helm turned toward Malak as though requesting adjudication. Malak gave none. Sereth had authority over the survival of viable gene seed, and that authority outweighed pride. Acheron's eastern manufactorum became the center of the assault. Ancient Routh entered it by refusing the concept of an entrance. The dreadnought drove through an exterior wall beneath covering fire, tons of ferrocrete exploding around his sarcophagus chassis, as his armored bulk smashed into the assembly hall. Conveyor towers and rusted machine gantries collapsed behind him. A hellbrute waited among the burning machinery, its armor swollen with diseased flesh, one arm terminating in a multi-melter and the other in a grotesque power claw. The traitor machine fired first. White heat struck Routh's shoulder and burned through outer plating. He continued forward. The hellbrute screamed through external vox speakers, the sound half rage and half the anguish of whatever remained entombed inside it. Routh's reply was transmitted across the company channel in a voice like stones grinding inside a furnace. Insufficient. He caught the power claw against his own fist, servos shrieking as the two war engines strained against each other. The hellbrute's multi-melter fired again and tore through a crane assembly instead of Routh. The dreadnought twisted, ripped the weapon arm from its mount, and flung it across the hall. The hellbrute charged. Routh met it chest to chest. Machinery weighing hundreds of tons buckled around them. He drove the enemy into an assembly press, tore open the frontal armor, and exposed the wet remains of the pilot within the sarcophagus. His power fist closed once. Armor, bone, and meat compressed together. When Routh withdrew his hand, pieces of the ancient traitor slid between the fingers of his gauntlet and struck the floor. He turned immediately toward the next target. The fortress guns remained the priority. Malak had ordered them captured intact before planetfall, and every squad understood that destroying them would constitute failure unless no alternative remained. Devastators advanced through gantries still under sporadic plague fire, while tactical squads cleared maintenance galleries below. Brother Sergeant Othan led a team up the western defense tower, with Lascannons slung across their backs, exchanging bolter fire with corrupted gunners at such close range that fragments of armor rang against the tower walls. Tech Marine Vorak reached the command sanctum while the battle still raged and drove mechadendrites into the primary control altar. The machine spirit had been violated rather than destroyed. Corrupt command strings pulsed through the shelters were discovered beneath the secondary command galleries. Thousands of Imperial personnel had sealed themselves inside when plague artillery breached the upper levels. Guardsmen, gunners, maintenance crews, medici staff, and fortress auxiliaries. They emerged cautiously when champion identification codes opened the outer blast doors. Many looked healthy. Some had bandaged wounds. Several officers wore campaign decorations from wars fought long before Drevenor. The highest-ranking survivor, a grizzled major with one augmetic eye, saluted Malak and began reporting ammunition reserves before Sereth interrupted him. The apothecary had extended a diagnostic probe into the throat of the first soldier to approach. Warning runes glowed across his gauntlet. He tested another, then another. Airborne spores, he said. Pulmonary implantation, early stage. The major looked between them. We sealed the vents. Sereth's helm turned toward the overhead ducting. Too late. They are not sick. They are infected. Then quarantine them. We have medici supplies. These men held the lower batteries for 9 days. Malak asked Sereth, probability of reversal? Negligible. Probability of transmission? Certain if the growth matures. The major stepped closer. Captain, some of these men have served the throne for 40 years. Malak regarded the shelters and the thousands packed inside them. Then they have served well. The major's face changed when he saw the heavy flamer squads arriving. No. Malak did not answer him. Captain, Emperor damn you, no. Quarantine us. Seal the doors. Kelt entered the gallery behind the flamer teams, his black Crozius resting against one shoulder. You were given judgment. The major's hand moved toward his sidearm and stopped before touching it. He understood the absurdity. We are loyal. Malak looked at him. Loyalty does not sterilize the blood. He turned to the flamer teams. Purge. The shelter doors slammed shut. Promethium nozzles were connected to maintenance vents and firing apertures. Igniters coughed. Fire rolled through the chambers. At first, the Vox carried shouting, then screams, then the roaring of burning air. Men hammered on the inner blast doors, hard enough to bloody their hands. Others prayed. One voice repeatedly recited the Emperor's name until the words became unintelligible beneath choking. The screaming continued for several minutes. Kelt listened without expression, then opened the command channel. Mute the shelter frequency. Tactical traffic only. The voices disappeared. The fortress became quiet again, except for distant gunfire and the machinery of purification. Sereth returned to the dead, while the others secured Acheron. He found the plague marine Malak had killed near the command causeway and knelt beside the corpse. A retractable blade slid from his narthecium. He cut beneath the ruptured gorget, avoiding the thickest fungal growths, and removed a sliver of blackened tissue from deep within the neck. The sample was sealed inside a stasis vial. No one challenged him. Apothecaries harvested information from enemy physiology when necessary, and the chapter had already suffered wounded from unfamiliar pathogens. Yet Sereth did not log the sample with the campaign stores. He carried it to a mobile apothecarian established inside Acheron's secure Medici vault and locked the chamber behind him. The machine took longer than he expected. Diseased sequences corrupted the first scans, forcing him to strip away layers of mutation before stable genetic structures emerged. He compared them against reference material from the Pallid Sepulchre, then against sealed chapter data available only to senior apothecaries. Warning sigils appeared. Sereth stared at them. He initiated the comparison again. The result remained. Beneath 10,000 years of corruption, mutation, alchemical degradation, and warp-tainted cellular change lay markers disturbingly close to sequences catalogued within restricted champions' gene seed records. Not identical, not proof. Close enough that coincidence became difficult to accept. Sereth opened a channel no mortal on Drevenor could hear. Apothecary Sereth to Chapter Master. Gene comparison anomaly. Priority obsidian. Threx responded from the Moors Invicta. Transmit. Sereth sent the results. Silence followed. He watched the data acknowledgement rune turn white. Threx's reply contained 2 words. Erase it. Sereth remained motionless for several heartbeats. Confirm order. Erase it. The channel closed. Sereth looked at the genetic comparison once more, then activated the apothecarian's purge protocol. Data vanished from the local cogitator. The tissue sample incinerated inside its containment chamber. The machine reported successful destruction. Sereth stood alone beneath sterile lumen strips and realized that his chapter master had not asked whether the result was accurate. Malak found the older wall hours later while inspecting structural damage below Acheron's primary gun sanctum. A bombardment had collapsed part of an Imperial reinforcement corridor and exposed stone beneath the ferrocrete. Not plasteel, not modern foundation work. Stone, dark with age, fitted in blocks too large for common construction machinery. Tech Marine Vorak ran an Auspex sweep over it. Pre-hive architecture? Malak placed one gauntlet against the surface. Age? Great Crusade era is possible. Earlier remains uncertain. Part of the stone had been deliberately concealed beneath later masonry. Malak drew his combat blade and scraped away soot, mortar, and hardened sealant. A shape emerged beneath his hand. Straight lines. A battered numeral in the ancient imperial form, repeated once beside itself. 14. Malak stared at the marking. Vorak's servo arms halted behind him. Static whispered across the chapter vox. Every champion in Acheron heard it. Then Varric Dole spoke, his voice deep with impossible age. You have always built your fortresses over graves. The transmission died. Malak kept one hand against the ancient mark, cut into the stone, feeling nothing through his gauntlet, and yet unwilling to remove it. Behind him, The guns of Bastion Acheron continued firing into the plague host. Ahead of him, beneath layers of imperial masonry, the dead had begun to speak. Line Gast was not a line in any meaningful military sense. It was a wound cut across more than 900 kilometers of Drevenor Prime, a continent-spanning system of trenches, redoubts, ferrocrete bastions, buried ammunition vaults, gun pits, vehicle revetments, corpse furnaces, and rail-fed artillery positions so vast that no single man could see more than a fraction of it before he died. Lord General Tavian Drone stood beneath the armored cupola of his Leviathan command crawler and watched a picked wall cycle through feeds from sectors separated by distances that would once have contained nations. Millions of soldiers lived shoulder to shoulder beneath the poisoned sky. They slept against ammunition crates because there were no bunks left. They ate beside the dead because there was nowhere else to sit. Trenches had been widened to permit chimeras to pass and deepened until entire companies inhabited galleries beneath the firing steps, breathing recycled air through masks stained brown by Drevenor's chemical dust. Where the dead could be recovered intact, they were dragged toward corpse reclamation stations. Where there were too many, Prometheum teams burned them in windrows along the rear trenches until black smoke lay over the front like weather. Behind Gast, Manufactoria burned with perpetual light. Conveyor lines never stopped. Shell casings rolled beneath stamping presses, while servitors worked until joints failed and were replaced without halting production. Earthshaker ammunition went directly from foundry shrines to armored trains, from trains to loading cranes, from cranes to gun pits, and from gun pits into the western sky. Drevenor was devouring its people and manufacturing the instruments by which they might survive being devoured. Drone studied the casualty returns, while his staff attempted to convince him that Line Gast still possessed offensive capability. 4 army groups had fought without meaningful relief for 9 days. Entire divisions were below half nominal strength. Tank formations were combining remnants into improvised companies because too few functioning vehicles remained for proper battalion structure. Some infantry regiments had lost so many officers that sergeants commanded what remained from crater mouths using scavenged Vox sets. The men were sleeping in 10-minute intervals between bombardments. Dysentery, trench fever, and chemical exposure were killing almost as efficiently as enemy fire. Drone keyed the encrypted channel to the Moors Invicta and found Chapter Master Threx, waiting as though he had known the request before it was made. "I require 48 hours, Drone said. Rest, ammunition redistribution, replacement crews, armor recovery, and consolidation. Threx's reply was immediate. "You have 4. Drone looked toward Colonel Major Hestian, who stared fixedly at the hololith. 4 hours is not reorganization. It is time enough for the men to realize they are exhausted. The enemy knows they are exhausted. That does not improve matters. It does." Drone's jaw tightened. "Explain." Threx's voice remained flat. "The Pallid Sepulchre expects fatigue to become passivity. It expects your formations to contract around hardened positions, reduce patrol activity, and surrender initiative. You will attack instead." Drone let several seconds pass. "With formations that can barely stand. Then the enemy will not anticipate their advance. You are weaponizing collapse. I am weaponizing expectation." Drone stared at the tactical map and understood that the Astartes was correct. He hated him for it. The Death Guard attacked first. Green fog rolled toward Line Gast before the Auspex arrays confirmed movement within it. The first warning came from listening posts, whose operators reported footsteps, then chanting, then nothing at all. Poxwalkers emerged by the tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, shambling through shell craters and across minefields without cohesion or concern. Anti-personnel charges detonated beneath them and blew bodies apart in ragged circles. Those behind climbed over the pieces. Heavy bolters opened from the forward bunkers. explosive rounds cutting lanes through infected flesh. Laser-gun volleys followed, red beams stitching across the haze in disciplined sheets. The dead fell. The living dead continued. Artillery began firing danger close because no other range remained available. Earthshaker shells landed within sight of Imperial parapets and threw entire masses into the air. Still they came. Behind them moved the true threat. Plague Marines emerged as broad silhouettes in the fog, bolt guns held close against swollen breastplates, their advance slow enough to seem contemptuous. Myphitic blight haulers crawled between them on grinding tracks and insectile mechanisms, multi-melters and missile racks searching for Imperial armor. Farther back, plague burst crawlers fired from defilade. Their shells rose unseen through the murk and descended among Imperial artillery positions. One struck the 17th Vordrast siege battery while its crews were loading. The shell penetrated the revetment before bursting. Men nearest the impact ceased to exist as coherent bodies. Those farther away were struck by something worse than fragmentation. Diseased matter splashed across gun shields and flesh. An artilleryman screamed as the skin of his hands fused around the loading rammer. Another fell against the breech and could not rise because cords of swollen tissue had grown from his abdomen into the weapon housing. The gun continued firing for 3 more rounds because the surviving crew refused to abandon it. By the 4th, one loader's ribs had burst outward through his chest and become hooked growths against the ammunition rack. The 5th shell fired with half the crew already dead. Then the plague burst round's contagion reached the stored propellant, and the entire position disappeared beneath an explosion that Drone saw as a sudden white bloom on the picked feed. He did not look away. "Commence counter-offensive," he said. Hestian stared at him. "Lord General, they are already attacking. Then they have saved us the trouble of finding them." The champions of Thanatos struck through the center of line Ghast with armor rather than drop assault. Predators advanced first, their turrets tracking through smoke before Lascannons fired in paired flashes. Enemy tanks vanished behind incandescent ruptures. A corrupted battle tank lost its turret in a blast that hurled the entire assembly across 2 trenches and crushed a knot of poxwalkers beneath it. Vindicators followed, broad and squat, siege shields grinding through wreckage, while demolisher cannons fired at distances that made mortal crews instinctively flinch. Fortified plague positions did not merely collapse, they ceased to possess shape. Ferrocrete, armor and diseased bodies became clouds of pulverized material driven outward by shock waves. Land raiders moved behind them like mobile bastions, their hulls absorbing impacts that would have opened chimeras from bow to stern. Veterans rode within, waiting in the red-lit troop compartments while the world hammered against the outer armor. Rhinos followed through the breaches. Their ramps fell before the vehicles fully stopped, and tactical squads disembarked into overlapping firing positions, bolters already raised. Malak Orson moved with the central spearhead. He watched the battle through helm optics until a shell burst close enough to cover his lenses with mud and fragments of flesh. Cord's voice sounded over the squad channel. "Armor right. Plague engine beyond the storage towers." Malak marked the target. A predator fired before he finished transmitting. Lascannon light crossed the ruins and tore through the blight hauler's hull. The demon engine collapsed inward, leaking black fluid and something that moved beneath it, like worms beneath rotten fruit. "Continue advance," Malak ordered. His squad moved through the breach. There was no sprint, no battle cry. The champions crossed killing ground at the pace their formation required, returning fire, adjusting intervals, and refusing to be hurried by either fear or enthusiasm. Ahead, the ruins of a tank depot formed a maze of collapsed gantries and burned-out armor. The plague champion waited within it. He was enormous, even by the standards of his kind, his plate split from throat to abdomen, and the cavity behind it packed with rotten flesh, grown around cables and corroded metal. One shoulder carried a horned growth thick as a man's torso. In both hands, He held an axe, whose blade dripped viscous black fluid onto the ferrocrete. He came at Malak without haste. The first swing struck a wrecked Lehman Russ and carved through the turret ring. The second hit Malak's raised power sword hard enough to drive him backward. Warning runes flashed across his helm. The traitor leaned into the bind. Malak could smell him through sealed filters, a chemical reek of opened graves and diseased meat. "You wear endurance poorly," the plague champion rasped. Malak answered with a headbutt that cracked the horned faceplate. The axe came around again. This time its edge glanced across Malak's helmet and tore it from the gorget. Ceramite fragments spun away. Cold, poisoned air struck his skin. He tasted ash immediately. The next blow cratered the ground where his head had been. Malak stepped inside the axe's reach and drove his power sword beneath the traitor's arm. Energy flared. The blade cut deep, but did not stop him. A fist struck Malak across the ribs and hurled him into a tank hull hard enough to dent the armor plate. His bolt pistol remained mag-locked at his thigh. He tore it free as the traitor advanced. The plague champion raised the axe. Malak fired into the exposed split in the breastplate. One bolt detonated inside, then another, then another. Rotten tissue erupted through the opening in sheets. The traitor continued forward until Malak rammed the pistol muzzle beneath the lower edge of the breastplate and emptied the remaining rounds into the abdominal cavity. The torso became a hollow ruin of burst organs, shattered armor, and smoking corruption. The axe slipped from dead fingers. Malak seized the traitor by the gorget and drove him backward onto the ground. He stood over the body for less than a heartbeat before turning away. Reloading. Cord tossed him a fresh magazine. Malak seated it and resumed the advance. They had moved another 100 meters before Cord said, "They fight like us." Malak looked toward him. "Clarify." Cord gestured with his bolter toward the advancing Death Guard. "They take the fire, close the range, force the enemy to spend ammunition killing what refuses to die. No wasted pursuit, no hurry. They make endurance into the weapon." Reclusiarch Orden Kelt heard the exchange and turned his skull-faced helm toward them. "Do not mistake resemblance for kinship." Cord did not lower his weapon. I did not. Then understand the distinction. They did not master endurance. They surrendered to the thing that hurt them. Kelt's Crozius smashed into an infected soldier who had reached the firing line, the powered head collapsing chest and spine together. Pain demanded submission. Corruption promised relief. They accepted. Malak fired over Kelt's shoulder and burst a poxwalker's skull. The Reclusiarch continued, "We endure because surrender is unforgivable." Cord inclined his helm once. "Understood." Kelt turned back toward the enemy. "See that you do." The breach began behind them. A guard formation on Lineghast's southern flank had been forced from its trenches after plague shells contaminated the reserve bunkers. Thousands of men retreated toward Gate Erastus, some limping, some carrying comrades, others staggering with the unmistakable movements of infection. Warning sirens sounded as Auspex sensors detected spore loads among the survivors. Drone saw the feed from the Leviathan and immediately ordered the gate sealed pending isolation procedures. Malak countermanded him from the field. "Seal now." Drone's voice came hard over the command channel. "There are uncontaminated men among them. There are contaminated men among them. We can separate them. Not before the horde reaches the wall." The pict feed showed poxwalkers emerging through the fog behind the retreating soldiers. "Captain, those are Imperial troops. Then they know the cost of failure." Blast doors descended across Gate Erastus. The men outside understood before they reached it. Hundreds surged forward, pounding rifle stocks and fists against the closing barrier. Officers screamed identification codes into dead Vox receivers. One soldier climbed onto a wrecked transport and waved a regimental standard toward the parapet, as though loyalty might be visible enough to stop what was coming. Heavy flamer teams took position above the gate. Drone watched through the pict feed. "Orson." Malak's reply contained no hesitation. Ignite. Promethium poured downward. The first ranks disappeared beneath orange fire. Men ran in every direction, some burning, some merely trapped among the infected, until the poxwalkers reached them from behind. The space before the gate became a churning mass of living, dead and burning bodies. Flamers continued until movement ceased. Drone said nothing more. He had given the same order at Merivar. That did not make watching another man give it easier. While armies burned, Inquisitor Merrick Solus opened a second war. His investigation began in a sealed archive chamber aboard the Leviathan, surrounded by cord, was taken before sunset. The champion's left flank collapsed when a plague battery destroyed a supporting bridge beneath a Land Raider column. One vehicle overturned into a trench and blocked the withdrawal route. Malak ordered the squad through a secondary breach, while Cord remained behind to hold the gap. The veteran sergeant killed the first attackers with disciplined bolter fire, then drew his chainsword when ammunition ran low. Poxwalkers died around him in heaps. A plague marine lost its head. Another went down with the chainsword buried through its gorget. Cord was still fighting when plague chains erupted from beneath the wrecked Land Raider and wrapped around his legs and torso. He cut through one. 3 more caught him. The last image Malak saw was Cord dragged beneath the vehicle while firing his bolt pistol upward into the faces leaning over him. "Recovery force," Malak ordered. Threx answered from orbit. "Denied." Malak stopped moving. "He lives. The enemy reserve is converging on your position. I require 2 squads." "Denied." "He is Veteran Sergeant Bren Cord." "I am aware." Malak's voice dropped. "He has served this chapter for 211 years. Then he has already given sufficient service to understand the order." The channel remained open. Threx said, "Advance." Malak looked back once toward the wrecked Land Raider. Then he turned away. "Advance," he repeated. Dole's transmission reached every Vox set on Drevenor 3 hours later. Cord was chained upright inside a chamber of corroded metal and hanging sensors. His armor had been stripped from the torso. One eye was gone. His chest had been opened in several places, exposing black carapace and ruined muscle beneath. Varric Dole stood before him in ancient, swollen plate. "You know what you are?" Dole said. Cord spat blood onto his armor. Dole looked down at it. "A son of Mortarion, pretending another father hears his prayers." Cord's remaining eye fixed upon him. "My father is duty." Dole leaned closer. "Duty is a chain." "Then I wear it willingly. You could come home." Cord laughed once, the sound wet and broken. "Home?" Blood ran from his mouth. "You stink of graves and call it inheritance." Dole raised a plague blade and placed it beneath Cord's chin. "Your brothers will learn what sleeps beneath this world." Cord smiled through broken teeth. "Then they will kill you, knowing your name." The blade moved. His head struck the floor before his body finished falling. Malak watched the transmission once. When it ended, he ordered the recording preserved in the chapter archives. Sereth stood beside him in silence. Kelt waited nearby, Crozius resting against his armor. Malak looked toward the western horizon, where Lina Gast burned beneath green clouds and artillery flashes. "Dol will die," Sereth said. Malak shook his head. "No." The apothecary regarded him. Malak's face had become still. "He will understand first." Then he locked a new magazine into his bolt pistol and turned back toward the war. Hive Cineris had been built downward as much as upward. Its upper spires had once climbed into Drevenor's poisoned heavens in black tiers of cathedrals, manufactoria, habstacks, and defense emplacements, but its foundations descended for kilometers through older cities, older machine complexes, and forgotten strata that predated most surviving imperial records. Billions had once lived within its lightless arteries. Now, entire districts were silent. Some had been evacuated into refugee columns that never reached safety. Others had been sealed when plague markers turned red. Still more had simply vanished from the Voxnet, leaving only automatic distress runes repeating into static. Mechanicus survey records recovered from Bastion Acheron suggested that beneath the lowest manufacturum levels lay structures whose construction codes did not correspond to the modern hive at all. Their power signatures were intermittent, their access routes obscured by later foundations, and their depth exceeded the normal range of civilian infrastructure. Threx's official order stated that Captain Malak Orson was to restore subterranean power relays required for the defense grid. No one in the chapter believed that explanation. Not after the ancient mark beneath Acheron. Not after Dole's transmissions. Malak stood within the loading vault of a descent station, while industrial lift chains groaned overhead, watching ancient Routh's sarcophagus frame being locked onto a reinforced cargo platform. Primary objective remains the archive station, Malak said. Secondary objective is confirmation of substructure origin. Enemy interference is expected. Reclusiarch Kelt rested both hands upon his Crozius. Enemy interference is always expected. Sereth said nothing. That silence mattered more to Malak than any answer. The force descending with him was small by the standards of the war above, and ruinously powerful by those of anything likely to survive below. Veteran Terminators entered the lift first, their tactical dreadnought armor filling the loading space with the smell of hot ceramite, sacred oils, and ozone from active weapon housings. Storm bolters were checked and rechecked. Power fists flexed with hydraulic precision. Chain fists coughed once as their teeth spun against test locks, then fell silent. Tactical squads followed with bolt guns, flamers, melter guns, and demolition charges, mag-locked to their armor. Sereth moved among them with his narthecium folded against one gauntlet, while Kelt's skull-faced helm reflected the red emergency lumens of the shaft. Ancient Routh descended last, chained upright upon the industrial platform, because no Thunderhawk could have entered the lower hive passages. The cargo lift lurched downward with a violence that made the mortal maintenance crew stumble. None of the Astartes moved. The doors above sealed. Light vanished, except for the red glow of helm lenses and the weak lumen strips clinging to the shaft walls. Conventional reinforcement will not reach us quickly, Malak said over the squad channel. Then conventional reinforcement is irrelevant, one of the Terminators replied. Malak recognized veteran Brother Hadric's voice. Correct. The descent lasted long enough for the war above to become distant thunder. Every kilometer downward stripped away another layer of human habitation and another pretense that Cineris remained a city. Hab corridors widened into transit tunnels, then narrowed into maintenance shafts whose walls sweated industrial runoff. Emergency bulkheads had been forced shut by terrified refugees during the first days of infection. Behind some, thousands had died packed so tightly that bodies remained upright long after death because there had been no room to fall. When the champions cut through one sealed gate, the pressure of corpses behind it forced bodies outward in a slow avalanche. Men, workers, militia, and children of the Hab gangs had collapsed together in layers, faces flattened against backs, fingers broken from clawing at adamantium that never opened. The air beyond was thick enough with poison that Malak's helm immediately registered lethal contamination. Spores floated through the darkness like ash. The champions advanced through ankle-deep remains, while filtration systems screamed warnings that an unprotected man would have died after seconds of exposure. Worse waited farther below. Some bodies had not remained dead. The first movement came from a pile fused against a coolant conduit. Something beneath it shifted. A corpse rose with half its face missing, jaw hanging by threads of flesh, one eye swollen to twice its proper size. Then another stood, then dozens. They tore free from the mass with wet sounds as skin peeled from skin and bone snapped. Cord would once have called it a poor imitation of life. Cord was dead now. Malak raised his bolt gun and fired. The first poxwalker disappeared from the shoulders upward, Tactical squads opened in sequence. Explosive shells detonated through crowded bodies, turning the tunnel into a storm of blood, fragments, and pulverized bone. Flamers followed. Promethium filled the passageway in roaring sheets. The corrupted dead collapsed as blackened shapes, only for movement to continue behind them. One wall itself convulsed. Human torsos had grown into the piping there, ribs spread around corroded metal like cages, arms fused together into knots of flesh. Mouths opened in the mass and screamed without lungs. Kelt stepped forward. "Burn it!" Heavy flamers answered. The wall caught. Skin split in the heat and boiled away. Fat hissed. The fused bodies spasmed until the pipes beneath them glowed red. The first demon appeared where no living thing could have fit. A corpse mound beside a collapsed transit shrine swelled outward. Bodies rolled apart. Something yellow-green and bloated pulled itself upright from a space too small to contain it, one horn curling from its skull, a rusted blade clutched in one clawed hand. The air around it thickened with flies. The creature's single eye fixed upon the champions, with a look of miserable resentment. Kelt did not name it in wonder. He did not invoke mysticism. "Vermin," he said. "Destroy it." Storm bolters fired. The first burst tore away half the demon's shoulder. The wound did not bleed properly. Instead, insects boiled from the cavity in a black cloud. More shapes began crawling from the corpse piles. Plague-bearers shambled into the tunnel, swords dragging against the floor, their flesh hanging in folds split by saws and mouths. The corridor became a furnace. Flamers washed demons in promethium, while bolter fire tore them apart piece by piece. One plague-bearer continued advancing without a lower jaw, then without an arm, then without much of its torso, until Hadric's power fist smashed through its skull and drove the remains into the wall. Kelt moved among them with brutal economy, Crozius rising and falling. "There is no revelation in the warp," he said, as he crushed one demon's spine. "No transcendence, no hidden wisdom. There is only appetite given shape." Another creature lunged. He broke its sword arm, seized it by the throat, and hurled it beneath a flamer wash. The weak call monsters gods, because submission is easier than hatred. Malach fired past him into a creature clawing over the dead. "And what do we call them?" Kelt struck again. "Targets." The transit vault beyond the plague shrine was wide enough for armored trains and narrow enough to become a killing chamber. The Blightlord Terminators were waiting there. They stood in a line beneath shattered archways, corrupted tactical dreadnought armor swollen with rusted growths and diseased flesh. Their weapons came up without haste. Combi bolters opened. The first impacts hammered against champion armor like industrial rivets. One loyal Terminator lost a shoulder plate and half the flesh beneath it before he returned fire. There was no room to flank, no room to fall back without clogging the passage. The two formations simply advanced into one another. Storm bolters fired from meters away. Bolts struck armor, penetrated, detonated and sprayed fragments of ceramite and flesh across the vault. Power fists met breastplates with enough force to cave in rib cages beneath Terminator armor. Chain fists screamed against corrupted plate, teeth throwing sparks and gobbets of diseased tissue in equal measure. One Blightlord buried a plague blade beneath veteran brother Hadric's abdominal plating. The weapon tore upward. Hadric's torso opened beneath his armor. Black carapace split, intestines spilling in a heavy rope across his thigh plates. He did not release his stormbolter. He dropped it only when the traitor tried to wrench the blade free. Hadric seized the weapon with both hands and locked it against his own ruined body. "Now," he said. Brother Othan stepped forward and drove a power fist through the Blightlord's face. The corrupted helmet collapsed inward. The skull behind it ceased to exist. The fist continued until it struck the rear of the gorget, then tore free, carrying shards of bone and rotten matter. Hadric sank to one knee, still holding the plague blade lodged inside him. Sereth reached him, scanned once, and immediately turned away. "Progenoids later," he said. Hadric heard him. "Advance." Then he toppled sideways. The rest of the Blight Lords died by increments, rather than suddenly. A chain fist took one through the chest and split him from clavicle to hip. Another lost both arms and continued attempting to headbutt the champion in front of him until a storm bolter emptied into his neck. The last was pinned against a transit pillar by 3 simultaneous impacts, armor breaking apart, while its diseased organs spilled down the ferrocrete in steaming clumps. When silence returned, the floor was covered with enough blood and viscera that power-armored boots slipped on it. Routh crossed the vault after the fighting ended and stopped. Malak noticed, because the dreadnought did not stop without reason. The old warrior turned slowly toward a section of exposed wall where bombardment had stripped away later Imperial reinforcement. Thick ribs of metal ran behind the stone in a pattern Malak did not recognize. Routh raised one massive fist and pressed it against the wall. "Spacing," he said. Malak looked up at him. "Clarify." "Reinforcement intervals, load-bearing geometry, corridor width." The dreadnought's vox emitted a burst of static. "Old." Vorak, the tech marine attached to the expedition, moved closer and ran a scanner across the structure. Great Crusade military construction is consistent with these measurements. Routh's sarcophagus speaker hissed. Then the dreadnought muttered words so old and degraded that Malak almost missed them. "Stone breaks, flesh fails, formation endures." Malak stared at him. He had heard that phrase before, but only during the chapter's oldest rites, spoken without attribution by warriors who did not know where it had originated. "Where did you learn that?" Malak asked. Routh remained silent for several seconds. "I do not know." "You recognize this place?" "No." "You recognize the construction?" "Perhaps." Malak stepped closer. "Were you ever on Drevenor before internment?" The sarcophagus grill emitted a low mechanical rasp. "My memories before iron are broken. Faces without names. Wars without worlds. I remember standing beneath rain that burned armor. I remember a fortress gate. I remember brothers who have been dead longer than some chapters have existed." The dreadnought turned his sensorium toward the dark corridor ahead. "I do not remember Drevenor, but this feels familiar." Another pause. "Yes." The Mechanicus. Archive station lay 2 levels lower, hidden behind an access gate whose machine spirit had spent millennia refusing commands. Vorak forced the lock with Binharic override, while Sereth stood too close for Malak's comfort. The doors opened onto a chamber filled with dead cogitator banks, sealed, his narthecium interfaced with the archive port. Data flooded across the display in archaic Mechanicus script. Most records were corrupted. Others were present only as routing manifests, without descriptive text. Malak stood behind him while Sereth moved deeper. "Gene material transfer," the apothecary said quietly. Malak's eyes narrowed. "Source? Redacted. Destination? Below Cineris. Date? Early Imperial. Exact standard uncertain." Sereth scrolled again. A damaged line appeared near the bottom of the screen. Most of it consisted of missing code, but the final routing designation remained intact. 14th Genitor Prime. Sereth's hand moved immediately toward the closure rune. Malak caught his wrist. The apothecary froze. "Do not." Sereth's helm turned slowly toward him. "Captain, you saw that before I did." "No." "At Acheron?" Silence. "At the Apothecarian?" Sereth pulled his arm free. "You are exceeding your authority." Malak stepped close enough that their breastplates nearly touched. "My brothers are dying beneath a world whose walls know our rights. The enemy knows our private frequencies. Ancient records identify the 14th. You will tell me what Threx knows." Sereth's voice hardened. "I am custodian of the chapter's gene seed. There are oaths upon that office older than your company command. Do not hide behind ritual." "I am not hiding." "Then answer." Sereth said nothing. For one violent instant, Malak's fist tightened. It would have been easy to strike him. Easier still to seize the apothecary and force the issue before every warrior present. Instead, Malak released the anger before it became action. Sereth saw it. Threx knew there was a connection, the apothecary said at last. Not its nature, not certainty, enough to recognize Drevenor mattered. Before we arrived. Yes, and he concealed it. He compartmentalized it. Malak's lip curled. A bureaucrat's word. A survivor's word. The sound of weapons being raised ended the argument. Movement had entered the adjoining transit chamber. Tactical marines turned as one, bolters covering the dark archway. Red target runes appeared across Malak's display. Human figures emerged beneath lumen beams, wearing sealed black carapace armor and rebreathers, hellguns held ready, inquisitorial stormtroops. Behind them walked Merrick Solus. His rosette hung visibly against his chest. "Captain Orson," he said. Malak did not lower his weapon. Solus's men did not lower theirs either. The distance between the two Imperial forces was less than 20 meters. In the confined chamber, the first volley would turn men into burning meat before either side had room to seek cover. "You followed us," Malak said. "I investigated a deception. This area is under chapter authority. So I was informed by men who lied about why they entered it." Kelt moved half a step forward. Several stormtroopers tightened their grips. Malak raised one hand. Every champion held position. Solus watched him carefully. "I require access to the archive." "Denied. I am an inquisitor of the Emperor's holy ordos, and I heard you the first time." Solus's expression barely changed. "You are obstructing an active investigation into possible corruption." Malak looked toward the stormtroops, then back to him. "You are standing inside a plague-contaminated underhive, surrounded by the Emperor's enemies and threatening loyal Astartes over paperwork. I am threatening no one. Your men are aiming at mine. Your men are aiming at mine." Kelt's voice entered the chamber like a blade. "Then perhaps all present should demonstrate loyalty by remembering where the actual traitors are." For several seconds no one moved. Then Solus lowered one hand. His stormtroopers dropped their weapons by a fraction. Malak did the same. "Archive access remains denied," he said. Solus looked past him toward the data station. "For now." They moved deeper together, because the tunnels ahead offered no alternative. The final barrier lay behind 3 collapsed bulkheads and a wall of later Mechanicus reinforcement. Chain fists cut first. Demolition charges followed. Ferrocrete cracked. Adamantium groaned. The champions spent nearly an hour stripping away centuries of construction until something older appeared beneath it all. A door. It was immense, wider than a land raider, and tall enough for a dreadnought to pass without stooping. Adamantium plating covered its surface beneath layers of Mechanicus seals, purity stamps and devotional script, added long after the original construction. Vorak scraped corrosion away with a servo claw. A shape emerged. Not clear, not complete. Enough. An ancient legionary emblem, worn almost beyond recognition. And beneath it, in archaic imperial numerals, the mark of the 14th. No one spoke. Vorak interfaced with the door. Access denied. He tried again. Authorization cipher required. Location? Malak asked. Primary Genitor Complex, several kilometers east and deeper below current position. Then every Auspex unit in the chamber began warning at once. Contacts, dozens, then hundreds, moving through the tunnels behind them. Malak looked at the sealed door. Static entered the chapter frequency. This time he was already expecting the voice. Dol sounded almost amused. "You dig well, brothers." The transmission crackled. "You always did." Malak drew his power sword. Behind him, storm bolters were raised. Flamers ignited. Kelt lifted his Crozius. Solus ordered his stormtroops into firing formation, while Ancient Routh turned toward the darkness and planted his massive feet against the stone. The first red contact rune reached the edge of Malak's display, then another, then 100 more. The door remained sealed. The tunnels behind them began to echo with footsteps. Dol had found the same path. Drevenor Prime had ceased to possess battlefields, because battle had consumed everything that might once have divided one battlefield from another. Across 3 continents, the fronts had merged into a single planetary wound, a web of trenches, siege lines, shattered hab zones, artillery parks, plague pits, armored corridors, and burning manufactoria in which billions of human beings existed only as ammunition for competing machines of war. From high orbit, the bombardments could be seen without magnification. They pulsed across the night side of the planet as rings of dirty orange light, thousands of detonations overlapping until entire regions flickered like embers beneath storm clouds. Mountain ranges disappeared behind smoke. Rivers ran black with industrial ash and the residue of cremation pits. Railways that had once carried ore, workers and food now moved tanks, shells, and replacement infantry toward fronts from which almost nothing returned. Lord General Tavian Drone no longer received casualty lists by regiment because the numbers had become useless. His staff recorded the destruction of army corps instead. The loss of 40,000 men was a tactical incident. The destruction of 400,000 was a notation attached to a failed defensive sector. 1 million dead before sunrise required no emergency council unless their deaths had altered the disposition of armor. Administratum Savants attempted to maintain accurate tallies until one calculation engine burned out its logic cores and another began repeating the same 8-digit casualty block over every active theater. Drone ordered the displays reset to operational strength only. He did not require a machine to tell him that Drevenor was dying. The pallid sepulchre accelerated the process from orbit. Plague ships hanging beyond the reach of Drevenor's surviving defense monitors launched diseased warheads toward the population belts in coordinated waves, each projectile wrapped in contaminated shielding and accompanied by conventional torpedoes intended to exhaust interception fire. Defense lasers opened from the surface. Beams powerful enough to boil meters of armor reached into the upper atmosphere and cut warheads apart in brief suns. Macro batteries fired until loading chambers glowed. Fighter wings climbed through clouds of ash and debris to meet the descending plague ordnance, many vanishing when proximity contamination charges ruptured around them. Enough warheads survived. One struck Hive Ordist and did not detonate in the conventional sense. It broke open above the upper ventilation spires. Within hours, men began dying from simultaneous organ failure. Livers blackened, lungs filled with greasy fluid. Intestines ruptured and emptied into body cavities. Medici stations collapsed beneath the numbers before the first full rotation had passed. Another warhead struck the agricultural plateaus of Ver and released spores that rode weather systems for hundreds of kilometers. Fields became grey fungal crusts. Worker habs turned into incubation pits. Entire evacuation columns arrived at quarantine gates, already coughing green-black blood. Hospitals stopped counting beds and began stacking corpses outside their entrances because walls of dead bodies at least provided protection from shell fragments. Drone received the order for the Cinder offensive while watching a picked feed of Hive Ordest's crematoria fail. The image vanished, and Chapter Master Caedmon Threx appeared in its place, rendered as a hard-edged figure of static over the command hololith. 11 attack vectors illuminated across the planetary map. Hundreds of millions of guardsmen, PDF remnants, penal formations, armored companies and labor battalions were to advance simultaneously across a front broader than some world's inhabited zones. Drone understood the design before Threx finished speaking. "Those formations are not expected to break through," he said. "No. They are diversions. They are pressure." Drone enlarged the attack map. Several of the designated army groups were already below half strength. One had no functioning heavy artillery left. Another had been reinforced that morning by refinery workers, handed laser guns, and given 2 hours of drill. "You are sending hundreds of millions of men forward to force Dole to reposition reserves." "Correct. Most will die. Threx's expression did not change. Most are already occupying sectors they cannot hold indefinitely. Drone looked at the final attack rune, the one marked beneath Hive Cineris. It was small compared with the others. The champions of Thanatos would strike there. And while he kills them, your chapter takes the Genitor complex. Yes. Drone's hands tightened against the command rail. You have turned an entire planetary army into a feint. Threx replied, 1 billion soldiers accomplish something even when they die, Lord General, if their deaths cause the enemy to look elsewhere. Drone stared at him. You say that easily. No, I say it accurately. The chapter master's voice hardened by a fraction. If you wish to preserve them, win before they are expended. The transmission ended. The Cinder offensive began beneath the weight of more artillery than Drevenor had fired in any previous engagement. Basilisk regiments opened first. Thousands of Earthshaker cannons recoiled in sequence, producing a continuous concussion that rolled across the continent like artificial thunder. Manticores followed, missile racks emptying toward enemy reserve areas. Medusas fired at fortified plague positions from ranges close enough that crews could see the flashes of incoming counter-battery fire. Baneblades moved into the assault corridors as mobile fortresses, their main guns firing over the heads of infantry columns, while sponson weapons stitched ruined streets with heavy bolter fire. Lehman Russ companies advanced wheel to wheel through flattened Hab districts, tanks close enough that commanders could signal from cupola to cupola when Vox interference became too severe. Infantry followed in numbers that turned avenues into rivers of men. Regimental colors vanished almost immediately beneath smoke. Officers blew whistles that no one could hear. Commissars shouted orders through amplification horns until artillery blasts drowned them out. The enemy answered. Counter-battery shells struck Imperial gun lines and threw entire crews across their own weapons. One basilisk pit disappeared beneath a direct hit, leaving only a crater filled with pieces of artillerymen and sections of the gun carriage. A loading servitor continued attempting to present an Earthshaker shell to a breach that no longer existed. A Lehman Russ received a plague shell through its engine deck and burned from within. The crew opened the turret hatch and emerged already aflame, one man falling from the side, while another remained half-trapped in the cupola until ammunition cooked off and the tank burst open beneath him. Infantry companies vanished beneath explosions that threw mud, severed hands, rifle parts, helmets and fragments of teeth into the air. Some debris climbed high enough to strike the underside of low-flying Valkyries. Crossing toward the rear, the advance continued. Men climbed over wrecked tanks because there was no room to go around them. Chimeras drove through the dead. Baneblades crushed bodies beneath tracks wider than a man's torso. Somewhere across every kilometer of front, someone was screaming, and there were so many screams that the sound became indistinguishable from the machinery. At Cineris, the champions attacked where resistance was greatest, because anything weaker could be left to mortals. Vindicators led through the manufactorum approaches, siege shields grinding rubble ahead of them. Their demolisher cannons fired into defensive walls from point-blank range, each detonation punching cavities through ferrocrete thick enough to stop conventional tanks. Land raiders entered those breaches before the debris had finished falling. Bolter rounds and plague fire hammered their frontal armor, while Lascannons answered from the sponsons. Devastator squads disembarked behind them and took firing positions among broken machine shrines. Lascannons flashed. Blight haulers disappeared in explosions of armor and diseased fluid. A corrupted tank attempted to traverse its turret toward the breach and lost the entire upper hull to concentrated fire. Assault Marines descended through smoke overhead, jump packs roaring as they crossed anti-aircraft arcs. They landed among plague artillery crews with chainswords already active. One corrupted gunner raised a loading hook as a weapon. A champion's chainsword entered beneath his chin and came out through the top of his skull, teeth spraying bone and brains across the breach mechanism. Another assault marine cut through 3 poxwalkers, in a single lateral sweep before driving his boot through the chest of a fourth. Thunderhawks crossed low above them, heavy bolters hammering enemy reserves into strips of mangled bodies before climbing through flak bursts that blackened the sky around their wings. Malak Orson entered the Genitor Manufactorum through the breach created by the second Vindicator. The interior had once been a Mechanicus production sanctum. Brass devotional plates still clung to the walls beneath corruption, and half-melted statues of hooded machine saints leaned over conveyor lines drowned in filth. Corrupted Skitari occupied the upper galleries. Their augmetic eyes glowed through fungus-stained hoods as galvanic weapons fired down into the champions. Malak marked the positions. Tactical Marines answered with disciplined volleys, while a melter gun burned through a support column, dropping an entire firing platform onto the poxwalkers below. The Manufactorum became a collision of machine worship and decay. Servo arms twitched from walls. Prayer engines repeated distorted fragments of Binharic liturgy. Poxwalkers came through coolant tunnels in masses and died in explosive sprays beneath bolter fire. Plague Marines advanced behind them, exactly as they always did, using the lesser dead as moving cover. Malak moved forward with his company. A bolt struck a corrupted Skitarius through the chest and detonated inside an augmetic ribcage, scattering wire, bone and meat across the floor. Another round burst a poxwalker at the waist. The upper body struck Malak's greave and remained alive, fingers clawing uselessly at his armor until he stamped downward. To his right, a Plague Marine took concentrated bolter fire through both knees. The legs came apart. The traitor fell, armor crashing against the floor, but began dragging itself forward on both hands. Its ruptured lower body left a trail of rotten organs and black fluid behind it. The Marine raised a bolt gun, one-handed. Malak looked at the ammunition count inside his helm. He did not fire. He crossed the distance, planted one boot against the traitor's chest, and drove the other down onto the exposed head. The first impact broke the helmet. The second crushed the skull. He turned away before the remains stopped moving. "Conserve ammunition," he said. "The complex extends below us." Sereth's voice entered the channel before anyone could answer. "Priority contamination warning. Hive ventilation network." Malak halted. "State. Infection has reached lower atmospheric recycling systems. Multiple districts. Spore density increasing exponentially." A tactical map appeared across his helm display. Whole habitation strata beneath Cineris turned red one after another. Hundreds of millions of Imperial citizens remained within those levels, many of them workers who had never reached evacuation routes because the surface war had severed transit systems. Drone joined the channel from the Leviathan. "Seal the districts, shut down circulation, isolate local vents, and deploy Medici quarantine teams." Sereth answered, "Insufficient. Internal pressure systems are already moving contamination toward neighboring hive sectors." "Then reverse the fans. Corruption has reached primary ducts. 12 hours at current spread before adjacent population zones exceed survivable exposure." Threx spoke. "Open atmospheric promethium feeds throughout contaminated sectors." No one on the channel misunderstood him. Drone answered first. "There are hundreds of millions below. Yes, many are not infected. They will be. We can still isolate portions. Not in 12 hours. Drone's voice sharpened. "Give me evacuation corridors." "There are none." A pause followed, filled by the distant sound of bolter fire from Malak's squad. Threx continued. "Burn the sectors." The atmospheric control sanctum lay 6 levels above the Manufactorum, guarded by a mixed force of PDF officers and Mechanicus adepts who had not yet received the order when Kelt arrived. He entered with 4 champions, while emergency klaxons sounded through the chamber. The senior officer, Colonel Heska, stood before the ignition console. His uniform was torn and stained with dust, but he placed himself between Kelt and the controls. "I will not authorize it." Kelt stopped. "You have been given a lawful battlefield order." There are healthy districts within those zones. Temporarily, millions of children of the hive, workers, wounded soldiers. Kelt's skullhelm regarded him without expression. And beyond them are billions who remain uninfected. Heska shook his head. There must be another option. There is always another option. Most are worse. The colonel spread his arms, physically blocking the console. You will have to kill me. Kelt did. The Crozius moved once. Its powered head struck Heska across the chest and collapsed ribcage, sternum and spine in the same blow. The colonel crossed the chamber and struck the wall hard enough to leave blood across the metal before sliding down. Kelt looked at the second in command, a major whose face had lost all color. Your predecessor confused conscience with authority. The major stared at the dead man. My lord, choose, obey or join him. The major's hand trembled as he reached toward the console. He entered the authorization code. Across Cineris, valves opened. Promethium entered ventilation shafts, designed to move atmosphere through entire cities. Ignition charges fired seconds later. The first districts burned from within. Malak saw it from a shattered manufactorum aperture overlooking the lower hive. Windows illuminated in long horizontal bands, one level after another, turning orange beneath kilometers of black architecture. Flame traveled through ventilation arteries faster than crowds could flee. Hab blocks became furnaces. Transit shafts turned into chimneys. People surged towards sealed doors and emergency stairwells, only to find fire waiting on the other side. Vox channels filled immediately. Distress calls overlapped until individual voices became a wall of sound. Men prayed to the Emperor. Others demanded evacuation coordinates. Some cursed the Imperium. Some simply screamed names into the static, calling for brothers, fathers, sons, anyone who might still hear them. One channel carried a man reciting the litany of protection while people burned around him. Another transmitted only pounding against metal and the roar of flame. Malak watched the city ignite. No champion spoke. There was no satisfaction in what they had done. No rage. No ritual condemnation of the dead. The absence of emotion made the act more terrible than hatred might have. Kelt re-entered the tactical frequency. Civilian channels are compromising command traffic. Remove them. A mortal Vox officer hesitated. Reclusiarch, those channels include emergency requests. They include the dead. The channels vanished. Cineris continued burning without a voice. The fire saved the neighboring sectors. Sereth confirmed that rising temperatures sterilized major sections of the infected circulation network. Spore density fell across the eastern ducts. The plague had been contained by turning entire habitation districts into crematoria. Hundreds of millions died so that billions might remain useful to the war. On Drevenor, this qualified as success. Then the western sky opened. The first report came from Carrion Gate as broken Vox traffic. Static, screaming, a guardsman shouting that the air was bleeding. Another voice called for artillery on coordinates that did not correspond to any known location. Auspex feeds failed. Picked recorders showed the ruins of the western defense line, bending in ways no physical structure could bend. Space folded inward above the trenches. A vertical wound opened through reality, green light leaking around edges that had no stable shape. Men nearest it fell to their knees, clutching their heads. Others began vomiting blood. Several simply vanished. Plague-bearers came through first. They stepped from the breach by the hundreds, then the thousands, diseased swords in their hands, chanting in voices that made nearby Vox equipment burst into static. Imperial infantry fired. Las beams passed through some and struck others. Bolter emplacements opened. Demons burst apart only for more to emerge behind them. Then something larger pressed against the wound. The breach widened. A hand appeared first, swollen fingers thick as hab supports, claws scraping against reality as though the material universe were a door too small to admit its owner. Behind it came a shape of impossible bulk, horns, hanging intestines, rotting folds of flesh, a mouth opening where no mouth should have been. The thing forced itself forward, and the warp tore wider around it. Men broke. Entire platoons fled the trenches before the creature had fully entered real space. Commissars fired into retreating backs. Officers shouted for the lines to hold. A Lehman Russ turned its turret toward the breach and fired. The shell struck the emerging demon and disappeared into its flesh without visible effect. Malak's helm filled with emergency runes. Threx's voice reached him from orbit. Abandon the Genitor objective. Malak looked deeper into the manufactorum, toward the passages leading to the complex they had sacrificed so many lives to reach. Confirm. The Carrion Gate has become a major empiric breach. If it remains open, the war is irrelevant. We are within reach of the Genitor Vault, and Drevenor may cease to be recoverable within the hour. Malak looked out across burning Cineris. The offensive still raged on every horizon. Millions were dying in attacks designed to bring him to this place. Hundreds of millions had just burned beneath his feet. Somewhere below waited the answer to the mystery of his chapter. Threx gave the order. Redeploy all available champions to Carrion Gate. Malak closed his fist around the hilt of his power sword. Understood. He turned from the Genitor complex. Below, Cineris screamed through sealed vox channels no one could hear. To the west, something enormous dragged itself into the world, and the champions of Thanatos went to meet it. The Carrion Gate had never been a gate. It had been a name given to the western approaches of Hive Cineris, a broken succession of fortress walls, trench cities, artillery bastions, and armored causeways, where the Imperium had spent millions of lives preventing the Pallid Sepulchre from entering the lower Hive. Now the name had acquired another meaning. Reality had split above the corpse fields, and something from beyond the material universe was forcing itself through. Malak Orson saw the breach first from the assault ramp of a descending Thunderhawk. The western front spread beneath him, beneath a pall of green-black cloud, kilometer after kilometer of shattered fortifications and burning armor, but the warp wound dominated everything around it. Light leaked from it without illuminating anything. The edges crawled and changed like infected flesh attempting to heal around a blade. Bodies lying nearest the aperture had begun to swell. Some split apart where they lay, their abdomens rupturing as ropes of diseased viscera boiled outward. Others rose from the mud in spasms, bones cracking beneath uniforms already black with decomposition. Plague-bearers poured through in shambling files, but behind them loomed a shape so enormous that the demons around it seemed little more than parasites. The thing pushed one bloated shoulder into real space, then a horned head, then an abdomen hanging in folds broad enough to conceal hab blocks. Its skin was the color of dead fat. Open wounds gaped across it like mouths, and actual mouths opened within some of those wounds to laugh, cough, or vomit streams of yellow filth into the trenches below. Where the corruption landed, men convulsed. Soldiers tore away respirators and vomited fragments of their own lungs into their hands. Others collapsed as their eyes burst and black fluid poured from their tear ducts. Thousands simply ran. Commissars shot the first deserters and were immediately overwhelmed by the scale of the collapse. Entire companies abandoned firing steps. Tank crews drove over infantry in their desperation to reverse away from the breach. Officers stood on parapets screaming orders through vox amplifiers while men surged past them. A colonel raised a regimental standard above the mob and shouted that the Emperor was watching. A fleeing guardsman struck him aside without even recognizing the rank insignia on his coat. Fear traveled faster than command. Men who could not yet see the demon ran because those ahead were running. Men who could see it ran because sanity demanded distance. Through all of it, the great unclean one continued forcing itself into Drevenor. The ground sagged beneath its weight. Corpse piles collapsed into slurry around its feet. Its passage displaced so much diseased fluid that trench systems filled from the bottom upward, drowning wounded soldiers beneath mixtures of blood, mud, and corruption. The demon inhaled, and the breath that left it spread across the battlefield as warm rot. Malak's armor immediately registered pathogen concentrations beyond useful measurement. He heard one of the Thunderhawk pilots mutter the Emperor's name. The pilot was not censured. Fear was not failure. Surrender to it was. The champions of Thanatos landed facing the breach. Their Thunderhawks came down among retreating guard formations, assault ramps slamming into blood-soaked earth, while near Black Astartes' armor emerged against the tide of fleeing men. Vindicators were already moving through the surviving western armor corridors under Threx's command, Demolisher cannons rotating toward the demon. Devastator squads climbed shattered bastions and deployed lascannons, where Imperial infantry had abandoned their firing positions. Dreadnoughts advanced through smoke with weapons tracking. Tactical squads formed concentric defensive lines around the heavy weapons. Bolters turned outward toward the growing plague-bearer masses. Malak stepped from the gunship and saw men running past him in both directions, some sane, some infected, some wounded beyond any possibility of surviving the next hour. None of them mattered to the immediate geometry of the engagement. Threx's voice entered every champion's helm. Target is manifestation anchor. Demonic infantry is secondary. Heavy elements concentrate center mass until physical cohesion fails. Tactical formations deny interference. Dreadnoughts prepare close engagement. Malak looked at the monstrosity ahead. Understood. Kelt stood beside him, Crozius already active. It can be banished. Malak watched the demon crush an overturned chimera beneath one foot. Everything can. The first lascannon volley struck, while the great unclean one was still dragging its lower bulk through the breach. White beams crossed the corpse field and burned holes through its chest. Flesh vanished in clouds of greasy vapor. The demon staggered, then laughed. The holes did not remain empty. Insects boiled into them first, filling the cavities with black movement, and beneath the flies, new tissue began knitting itself across exposed ribs. Vindicators fired next. Demolisher shells hit with the force used to break fortress walls. One burst inside the creature's abdomen and opened a cavity broad enough to expose organs that had no sane anatomy. Loops of intestines slithered outward, each thicker than a man, thrashing across the ground and crushing corpses beneath them. Heavy bolters joined the barrage. Explosive rounds chewed trenches into rotten flesh, tore away sheets of skin, and burst pustules large enough to drown squads in their contents. The demon continued advancing. Its laughter became louder. A rusted blade emerged from beneath folds of flesh, a weapon longer than a battle tank and pitted with corrosion older than many imperial worlds. It swung once. The blade passed through an infantry formation. Hundreds of guardsmen became disconnected pieces. Bodies did not fall so much as separate. Arms, heads, torsos and legs crossed the mud in different directions. One Lehman Russ lost its turret and half its crew in the same sweep. Another tank was struck broadside and rolled onto its roof, crushing men beneath it. The great unclean one took another step and brought 1 foot down upon a hellhound squadron attempting to redeploy. Armor vanished into the mud with a noise like collapsing buildings. Prometheum tanks ruptured beneath the demon's weight. Fire rolled around its legs, briefly illuminating thousands of flies circling its body. It looked down as though mildly inconvenienced. "Maintain fire," Threx ordered. The champions did. Another army might have broken when artillery proved insufficient. Another commander might have interpreted regeneration as invulnerability. The champions treated it as an ammunition problem. Devastators adjusted firing solutions. Vindicators shortened range. Missile launchers switched warheads. Dreadnought autocannons hammered the creature's joints. Malak watched impact after impact destroy flesh faster than it could immediately replace itself. The demon regenerated, but not infinitely fast. Physical manifestation required structure. Structure could be demolished. Plague bearers reached the outer tactical line before the demon reached the armor. Bolters fired in disciplined sequence. The first rank of demons disappeared beneath explosive impacts, only for the second to climb over their dissolving remains. Flamers opened where the concentration thickened. Warp flesh burned with colors that did not belong in the material spectrum. One plague-bearer crossed the fire with half its body aflame and drove its blade against Brother Charon's breastplate. The weapon scored ceramite, but failed to penetrate. Charon seized the demon by the throat and fired his bolt pistol through its eye. Another creature leapt onto his back. Celt's Crozius struck it hard enough to scatter pieces across several meters. "They are not immortal," the Reclusiarch said. "They are persistent." He crushed another. "So are we." Ancient Routh crossed the defensive line without being ordered twice. One side of his chassis still bore repairs from the Manufactorum battle, fresh plating darker than the ancient armor around it.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
He moved directly toward the Great Unclean One, while Lascanon beams passed overhead. Malak saw him disappear briefly beneath a cloud of flies, then emerge almost at the demon's feet. "Routh," Malak transmitted. "Hold its advance." The dreadnought answered, "That was my intention." The demon noticed him. Its blade descended. Routh shifted aside just enough that the edge struck his left shoulder rather than the sarcophagus center. Armor collapsed inward. The impact drove one of the dreadnought's feet into the earth, almost to the knee joint. Warning runes erupted across the chapter command channel. Routh ignored them. His power fist closed around a fold of the demon's leg and tore. The resulting mass of rotten flesh was larger than an armored transport. Routh ripped it free and hurled it aside. It landed among nearby guardsmen, crushing several beneath its weight before dissolving into diseased sludge. The Great Unclean One roared. The sound ruptured eardrums in unprotected soldiers and turned Vox traffic into static. Routh drove his fist into the wound he had created. Corrosive fluids poured over his arm. Ceramite began blistering. Exposed cabling smoked. The demon struck him with one massive hand. Routh disappeared beneath the blow. Malak thought the sarcophagus had been destroyed. Then the dreadnought rose. One side of his frontal housing had been caved inward. Armor around the sarcophagus was split. His external speaker emitted only static for several seconds before his voice returned. Still functional, he rammed the demon again. "Move," Malak ordered. His squad carried melter charges taken from the Cinerus assault. They crossed the killing ground beneath the Great Unclean One, while tactical squads tightened the perimeter. There was no clean ground remaining. Malak ran through mud containing so much human matter that boots came away trailing strips of uniform and flesh. A dying guardsman reached toward him from beneath a pile of bodies. Malak stepped over him. A plague-bearer emerged from the smoke. Brother Veyron shot it through the chest and continued running. The demon's belly loomed ahead like a wall of diseased meat. Routh had locked both.
Arms around one leg. The Great Unclean One attempted to wrench free. The dreadnought's feet plowed trenches through the corpse field, but held long enough. Malak reached the demon. Charges! His brothers began planting melter bombs into ruptures created by the heavy weapons. Mag clamps locked against exposed bone, armor fragments and whatever passed for tissue beneath the creature's hide. One Marine vanished when a fold of flesh collapsed upon him. Another lost half an arm to a demon blade and continued attaching charges with the surviving hand. Celt reached them through a knot of plague-bearers, Crozius wet with black demonic matter. "The shell weakens," he said. "Then break it," Malak answered. The Reclusiarch raised his Crozius and opened the chapter-wide channel. His words were not shouted. They did not need to be. "It claims endurance because corruption refuses death. Show it the difference. It claims inevitability because cowards fear decay. Show it a greater certainty. By the throne, by our dead, by every oath carried in gene and bone, strike until there is nothing left to return. Every heavy weapon still capable of firing discharged. Lascannons burned through the Great Unclean One's upper torso. Missiles struck opened wounds.
Vindicator shells burst almost simultaneously against its chest and abdomen. Routh tore again at the leg. The demon's physical shape destabilized. Flesh sloughed from it in tons. Internal organs burst outward and became clouds of flies before striking the ground. The creature leaned forward. Malak saw his detonation rune turn white. Fall. His brothers withdrew. Routh did not. Routh, disengage. The dreadnought's answer came through broken static. Negative. You are inside the blast radius. Correct. The demon began raising its blade. Malak understood. Routh shifted his damaged chassis and locked himself more tightly against the creature's leg. Endure, the dreadnought said. Malak activated the charges. The melter bombs fired almost as one. Matter ceased to possess solidity around the demon's lower body. White heat excavated cavities through flesh, bone, and corrupted substance. One leg vanished at the knee. The great unclean one collapsed sideways, but the destruction did not end there. The accumulated heavy fire had opened its physical shell beyond the warp's ability to stabilize it. Kelt drove forward into the radiance, Crozius raised, chanting hatred through the chapter frequency, while the demon screamed. The scream changed halfway through. It became something heard inside the skull, rather than through the ears. Reality snapped inward. The great unclean one collapsed into itself. The resulting crater boiled. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers died around it before the shockwave dissipated. Men were thrown from parapets. Bodies became silhouettes against green-white fire. Tanks rolled onto their sides. A portion of the trench network simply disappeared. Plague bearers around the breach flickered and burst apart as the warp wound contracted. The sky above Carrion Gate folded shut, with a sound like a continent inhaling. For several seconds, nothing moved. Then artillery began again, somewhere beyond the western line. Drevenor had survived another minute. Routh emerged from the crater, missing sections of armor and dragging one damaged leg. His chassis steamed. Kelt followed through the smoke. Malak attempted to stand and discovered that his left side no longer obeyed him. Sereth reached him before he fell. The apothecary dragged Malak behind a wrecked chimera and cut away the damaged sections of his breastplate. Corrosive matter had entered beneath the ribs, where fragments from the demon's collapse had penetrated armor seals. Flesh around the wound was already turning grey-black. "Anesthetic," Sereth said. "No." That was not a request. "No." Sereth looked at him for half a heartbeat, then extended the surgical blade. "As you wish." The first cut exposed dead tissue. Malak did not move. Sereth carved necrosis from between his ribs while the battle continued around them. Blackened flesh came away in strips. The apothecary flushed the wound with counterseptic compounds, cut deeper, and watched Malak's secondary circulatory systems attempt to isolate the contamination. "Interesting," he muttered. Malak's teeth were clenched hard enough to ache. "Define." "Your toxin resistance." "I am an Astartes." "You are resisting. This better than you should." Malak looked at him. Sereth said nothing more. The surviving Plague Marine was found beneath the ruins of an artillery bunker after the breach closed. Both legs were gone. One arm ended at the elbow. Half the face behind the broken helmet had been burned away. The traitor should have been dead. Instead, he laughed when Malak approached. "You advance correctly," it rasped. Malak stood over him, one side of his armor still open from Sereth's surgery. "You speak to delay death. Death has been delayed for me a long time." Kelt raised his Crozius. Malak stopped him. "Let it speak." The Plague Marine's ruined mouth widened. "Sequential pressure. Accept losses. Grind the line. Close distance under fire. You wear different colors, but the old lesson remains in you. Manipulation. Memory." The traitor coughed black fluid. "The old 14th fought that way before your chapter had a name." Behind Malak, Routh's speaker crackled. "Advance beneath the fire. Break upon them only after they break upon you." Everyone turned toward the dreadnought. The phrase sounded older than the champion rites. Routh went silent. Malak looked back down. The Plague Marine was smiling. Kelt crushed its head. Far from Carrion Gate, Merrick Solus was reaching conclusions of his own. His savants had broken the outer classification architecture surrounding several ancient gene tithe records, not by opening them, but by tracing who had possessed authority to close them. Administratum seals led into Mechanicus custodial systems. Those led toward ancient Terran authorization chains. Names had been deleted, dates had been overwritten, yet the level of access remained visible. Someone with power far beyond an ordinary chapter founding had ordered the records obscured centuries ago. Solus stared at the pattern until its implication became unavoidable. The champions of Thanatos had not merely forgotten their ancestry had been hidden, intentionally. He closed the file and ordered his savants to duplicate everything. Malak confronted Threx aboard the Mors Invicta before allowing Sereth to reseal his armor. The chapter master stood alone in the strategium. Drevanor glowed behind him. "You knew," Malak said. Threx did not deny it. "You knew our blood was compromised. Our blood is not compromised. Dol names us sons of Mortarion. Ancient structures recognize the 14th. Sereth finds genetic similarities. Routh remembers their doctrine." Threx's face remained hard. Malak stepped closer. "Tell me he lies." "I cannot." The words struck harder than the demon's blade had. Threx continued. "The champions were created from gene stock, whose disclosed origin would invite suspicion. That is what I know with certainty." "What origin?" "Not yet. You command men dying for this secret. I command men dying for the Imperium." Malak's fists tightened. "Is Dol right?" Threx looked at him for a long time. "Our blood has never been permitted to matter. Do not begin worshipping it now." An alarm cut through the strategium. The Genitor Manufactorum had fallen. While the champions fought at Carrion Gate, the Pallid Sepulchre had driven through the weakened Cineris defenses and seized the primary complex. Mechanicus cipher repositories had been breached. The authorization sequence required to open the subterranean vault was gone. Then, the chapter frequency activated. Dol's voice emerged through static. "Come below, brothers." Threx and Malak stood beneath the red light of a dying world. "Come and meet your father." The apothecarian aboard the Mors Invicta had been sealed against the rest of the battle barge. No servitor moved within its central chamber. No serf waited beside the surgical tables. Even the shrine cogitators that ordinarily whispered diagnostic litanies had been reduced to silent lumen runes. Malak Orson stood beneath the white glare, with the left side of his armor removed, regenerated flesh still raw, where Sereth had cut corruption from between his ribs after Carrion Gate. Apothecary Lucan Sereth faced him across a gene analysis altar, whose brass surfaces had been scrubbed until they reflected the room like tarnished mirrors. 3 columns of genetic data hung in the air above it. One belonged to the champions of Thanatos, drawn from secured progenoid samples taken across generations. Another came from the plague-corrupted tissue Sereth had recovered at Acheron. The third had been reconstructed from ancient genitor records beneath Hive Cineris. Most of the information was incomprehensible, even to an Astartes without apothecarian training. Layers of nucleotide mappings, organ compatibility matrices, and gene seed markers rendered in crimson and white. Sereth did not attempt to soften what they meant. I stripped away mutations inconsistent with baseline legionary inheritance. Warp corruption makes certainty difficult, but not impossible. I compensated for degradation, known Nurgle-associated cellular alteration, and 10 millennia of divergence. He touched the console. The 3 displays folded together, markers aligned. The probability of unrelated origin is negligible. Malak stared at the merged sequence. "Say it." Sereth's face was hard. "Our gene stock was designated to the 14th Legion." Malak felt no revelation. There was no sudden horror, no sensation of something foreign awakening inside him. His heart continued beating. His enhanced lungs continued drawing sterile air. The oaths carved into his memory did not change, because a machine had assigned an ancient numeral to his blood. That absence of transformation angered him more than shock would have. "Mortarian," he said. Sereth did not answer immediately. Genetic descent does not establish cultural descent. Malak turned his gaze upon him. "Do not speak to me as though I were one of Solus's clerks. The 14th became the Death Guard. Their Primarch was Mortarian. Their blood is our blood." Sereth inclined his head once. "Yes." Malak looked again at the projection. He remembered plague marines advancing through artillery as though pain were weather. He remembered Cord saying they fought like the champions. He remembered Routh speaking ancient battle doctrine he claimed not to know. He remembered the great unclean one's corruption entering his own body, and Sereth's unease at how well his physiology had resisted it. Connections that had seemed like enemy manipulation now formed a pattern, with no space left between its pieces. "How long has Threx known?" Malak asked. "Long enough," Sereth replied. "That is not an answer. It is the only one I can give without him present." Threx entered, before Malak could demand another. He wore no helm. The scarred face of the chapter master looked almost colorless beneath the apothecarian lumens, one augmetic eye reflecting the gene map that declared their forbidden ancestry. He came alone. "You have seen it," he said. Malak faced him. "I have." Threx stopped beside the altar. "Then you may hear what remains." He placed a Malak stepped closer. "So every warrior who has worn our colors carries Mortarian's legacy." Threx answered without hesitation. "Every warrior carries gene material that once belonged to his legion. And you kept this from us." "Yes." The single word struck more sharply than denial. Malak's jaw tightened. "You trusted Cord to die without knowing what he was. You trusted Hadric to hold a plague blade inside his own entrails so another brother could make the kill. You trusted Routh to walk into a demon's grasp. You trusted me to burn cities and execute soldiers and condemn millions in the chapter's name. But you did not trust us with this." Threx met his gaze. "I trusted you with what mattered. You chose what mattered for us. That is command." Malak's anger sharpened. "No, that is fear." Sereth shifted slightly, but said nothing. Threx remained motionless. "Perhaps," the chapter master said. The admission silenced Malak for a moment. Threx continued before he could answer. "You see only shame because the enemy has forced the question upon you. That is not the only danger. Imagine every neophyte taught from implantation that his blood descends from the 14th. Imagine generations told that endurance is not discipline but inheritance, that resilience is an ancestral gift, that suffering belongs to them because Mortarian's sons once claimed it. Pride corrupts as efficiently as humiliation. A warrior who believes his gene line determines his virtues is already allowing blood to command him." Malak remembered the oldest chapter rites, the repeated contempt for surrender, the drills conducted in poisoned atmospheres, starvation exercises, marches in damaged plate, prolonged sieges where withdrawal had been tactically possible but spiritually forbidden. He had once regarded them simply as traditions sharpened by centuries of warfare. Now their purpose became obvious. The champions had constructed themselves in opposition to an ancestral failure. They cultivated endurance because their genetic forebears had endured, until endurance became submission. They despised weakness, not because weakness was alien, but because the ancient 14th had finally decided suffering justified surrender. Malak spoke the thought aloud. "We were built to face the same temptation." Threx nodded. "And choose differently." The apothecarian doors opened under an external override before the conversation could continue. Inquisitor Merrick Solus entered accompanied by 2 stormtroopers who remained outside the threshold when they saw Threx. Solus carried a Solus regarded him for several seconds. You are dangerously close to questioning the institutions that permit your chapter to exist. Sereth's gaze did not shift. I question nothing. I diagnose. Those are different disciplines. Threx intervened before the exchange sharpened further. You will receive no genetic confession from this chamber, Inquisitor. Solus turned toward him. Then perhaps I will obtain it elsewhere. Perhaps. You understand what happens if I establish that you are descendants of Mortarion. I understand what happens if you attempt to destroy a loyal chapter during an active war because dead men frighten you more than living traitors. For the first time, Solus's composure cracked by a fraction. Do not mistake caution for fear. Threx's augmetic eye glowed faintly. Do not mistake authority for certainty. The Inquisitor left without another word. The ship-wide Vox activated less than a minute later. No alarm preceded it. No communications officer announced intrusion. Varric Dol simply entered every active frequency aboard the Mors Invicta, every champion's helm, every armorium speaker, every strike cruiser relay, and every command channel connecting the chapter to Drevenor below. His voice arrived through layers of static, slow, and immense with age. There, the lie has finally broken. Across the battle barge, warriors stopped what they were doing. Servitors continued working because they possessed no curiosity. Astartes listened. Dol spoke as one who had waited centuries for the right audience. You are sons of the 14th, not metaphor, not accusation, blood. The same blood that marched beneath Mortarion before the War Masters' rebellion, before terror burned, before your Imperium learned to bury truth beneath seals and prayers. They stole you from your inheritance. They took the blood of our legion, wrapped it in another heraldry, and taught you to hate the name from which you came. Malak heard armor joints shift around him, as warriors throughout the vessel received the words. Dol continued. For 10,000 years you have served the corpse enthroned upon terror. You have fought as we fought. You have endured as we endured. You build your wars upon attrition, poison, inevitability. You call it chapter doctrine because the men who made you feared the simpler truth. Mortarion's blood remembers. The traitor did not shout. That made him more dangerous. He sounded almost weary. Come below. The vault remains. See what they concealed. See the records they destroyed. You have spent 10 millennia murdering your own ancestry for masters who would burn you the moment they understood what you are. Abandon the lie. Take what was denied to you. No brother of the 14th need kneel to the Carrion throne. Malak felt anger then, not because the words tempted him, but because Dol presumed they could. Threx opened the chapter-wide channel. Every champion heard him. Varric Dol. The Death Guard Lord became silent. Threx's voice carried no oratory, no passion. That was why every word struck. You may speak truth concerning our blood. Across the Mors Invicta, no warrior moved. Threx continued. Blood is material. Oath is choice. You are not our father. You are what our fathers failed to kill. Static answered. Then Dol laughed softly. Threx cut the transmission. For several moments the chapter remained silent. Malak expected questions. Instead, he heard the armorium resume. Mag clamps locked. Weapon actions cycled. Servos whined as plate was fitted over reinforced body gloves. Some brothers did seek Kelt afterward. Malak saw them kneeling within the battle barge's chapel, not begging forgiveness for their blood, but demanding clarity regarding duty. Others responded with cold anger, requesting immediate assignment to the ground assault. None asked to join Dol. None attempted to flee. None spoke Mortarion's name as anything but a curse. Reclusiarch Kelt stood before the gathered warriors beneath a stone, Aquila blackened by centuries of incense. You have been given a gift, he told them. The enemy has removed ignorance. He believes knowledge weakens us, because knowledge weakened him. He mistakes revelation for excuse. His Crozius rested upright before him. Now you know what failed before you. Now you know precisely what you are required not to become. Corruption is not heritage. Surrender is not destiny. If your blood whispers otherwise, teach it obedience. The answer came as fists striking breastplates, not cheers, not celebration, a declaration. Threx committed the chapter before the echoes faded. Every reserve squad capable of field deployment was activated. Veterans entered Terminator Plate that had remained sealed since earlier campaigns. Wounded Marines were examined by Sereth and returned to duty if they could walk, fire, and maintain armor integrity. Those lacking limbs were fitted with temporary augmetics where possible. Brother Karen, his arm lost at Acheron, returned with a crude replacement whose plating had not yet been painted. Vehicle crews stripped armor from wrecked Predators and Rhinos to repair functioning hulls, leaving tanks patched in mismatched black, bone, and bare metal. Vindicators received fresh demolisher shells directly from Munitorum lifters. Land Raiders were refueled, while Tech Marines recited abbreviated rites because there was no time for the complete observances. Thunderhawk crews loaded ammunition until suspension systems complained under the weight. The Judgment Unending and Ashen Testament shifted orbit, positioning themselves for the next descent, while mortal armies on Drevenor began reorganizing for another offensive they did not yet know might be their last. Malak watched it from the Armorium gantry. Below him, champions prepared without haste despite the urgency. That had always been their way. He wondered now how much of it had begun with warriors wearing the old colors of the 14th, and decided the question was useless. Cord had been right in one respect. The Death Guard fought like them. Kelt had been right in the only respect that mattered. The similarity ended at surrender. Sereth approached, carrying Malak's repaired breastplate. "Your wound remains compromised." "Can I fight?" "Yes." "Then it is sufficient." Sereth almost smiled. "You sound like Karen." Karen was correct. The apothecary locked the plate into place. Malak looked down across his brothers. "Does knowing disturb you?" Sereth considered the question. "No. What disturbs me is how many men believed we could not be trusted with knowing." Malak nodded. "On that, we agree." The first torpedo struck the Moors Invicta before the deployment order was given. The battle barge lurched hard enough to throw serfs from gantries. Lumens died. Emergency red flooded the Armorium. A second impact followed, deeper, accompanied by the tortured groan of meters-thick armor deforming somewhere along the port quarter. Klaxons began howling. "Void shields breached in multiple sectors," a servitor announced. "Hull penetration, atmospheric loss, contamination warning." Threx's voice came across the command network immediately. "Enemy fleet translation?" A bridge officer answered through static. "Negative, Lord. Plague vessels emerged from occultation behind Drevenor's second moon. Torpedo spreads already inside defensive envelope." The Armorium became motion without confusion. Champions sealed helms. Serfs locked themselves into emergency alcoves. Weapon racks opened. Malak saw the main tactical display shift from planetary deployments to avoid engagement. Diseased vessels moved from the moon's shadow, swollen silhouettes shedding debris and biological matter as they advanced. Boarding craft burned toward the Moors Invicta. Another torpedo struck, and atmosphere screamed through ruptured decks. Warning icons multiplied. On one picked feed, crewmen staggered through a passageway, clutching their throats before turning on one another. A ratings officer drew a las pistol and shot an infected deckhand through the face. Something inside the corpse continued moving. Then teleportation alarms sounded. Not one. Dozens. Emerald light flared on decks throughout the battle barge. Malak drew his power sword. The Armorium doors began to close under quarantine protocol. Threx's command arrived over every channel. Boarding action. All companies. Defend the ship. Ground assault postponed. Malak looked once toward Drevenor, hanging beyond the armor glass, its continent still burning beneath the void battle. They had uncovered the secret in their blood. Now the Death Guard had come aboard to collect it. The war in the void and the war upon Drevenor became one continuous violence. Above the planet, the Mors Invicta rolled beneath sheets of lance fire, while corrupted Death Guard vessels emerged from the darkness behind Drevenor's moons, like diseased predators breaking from a grave. Torpedoes crossed between the fleets in burning shoals, some detonating against void shields in silent spheres of white radiance, others punching through weakened defensive fields to bury themselves in armored hulls before bursting. The Judgment, unending, fired broadside batteries until its gun decks glowed through ruptured armor, macro shells crossing the darkness toward a plague cruiser whose bloated hull had been patched with layers of corroded metal and organic growth. Impacts opened it from bow to amidships, spilling burning debris, corpses and things that continued moving after entering vacuum. Thunderhawks launched from the Champion's vessels in attack formations, maneuvering through wreckage and streams of frozen atmosphere, while enemy point defense fire traced murderous patterns around them. One gunship lost a wing and spun into the burning remains of a torpedo boat without ever reaching the planet. Another crossed directly through the corpse field of a shattered transport, armor becoming painted with blood that froze instantly against the hull. Below them, Drevenor burned beneath a sky bright enough with orbital weapons fire that shadows moved across the battlefield in directions no sun produced. Hundreds of millions of guardsmen advanced beneath those false dawns, while billions more fought, loaded guns, carried ammunition, operated manufactoria, died in hospitals, or waited behind defensive lines for orders that would send them toward the same fate. On the Mors Invicta, boarding alarms continued sounding through decks where infected crew had already been purged. On the surface, artillery began another planetary offensive. There was nowhere left on Drevenor from which a man could look upward or downward and fail to see war. The Champions answered boarding with the same brutality they brought to planetary assault. When the void shields of the plague cruiser Sepulchral Grace flickered beneath concentrated lance fire, the first company's teleport beacons locked. Terminators translated into the enemy vessel, while materialization haze still filled the chamber around them. Stormbolters were firing before reality had finished accepting their mass. Corrupted deck crew vanished beneath explosive rounds at a distance of meters, bodies bursting against bulkheads in sprays that mixed human blood with blackened fluids leaking from the ship itself. The interior of the vessel looked less constructed than infected. Rusted ribs curved through passageways. Pipes pulsed as though carrying blood. Fungus-covered shrine alcoves in thick folds, and faces appeared to have grown within sections of metal, mouths opening soundlessly whenever the loyalists passed. Veteran Brother Othan took point with a chain fist, the weapon's teeth shrieking against a blast door until corrupted adamantium gave way. Beyond it waited plague-corrupted ratings, armed with autoguns and cleavers. They fired. Rounds sparked uselessly across Terminator plate. Othan advanced into them. His power fist struck the first man and reduced chest, spine, and bulkhead into one flattened stain. Another crewman was seized around the waist and hurled hard enough to break apart against a cogitator bank. Stormbolters cleared the rest. The veterans did not attempt to reclaim compartments. They burned them. Every chamber taken was saturated with promethium before the squad advanced. Fire-consuming infection, crew and corrupted mechanisms together. The plan was not conquest. It was sterilization carried out with weapons. Threx allowed the void action only enough attention to keep the fleet alive. Drevenor remained the decisive theater. The Gene's sepulchre lay beneath Hive Cineris, and every delay permitted Dol to move. Closer to it. Malak returned to the surface before the boarding battle had ended. His company descended by Thunderhawk into a region where the atmosphere had become a weapon. Plague fog covered the Manufactorum plains east of Cineris in layers so dense that daylight reached the ground only as a weak green glow.
Unprotected men died there in minutes. Even those wearing guard-issue respirators required replacement filters with frightening frequency. Infantry formations advanced behind sealed chimeras and chemical warfare carriers, while medici teams dragged soldiers from the line as soon as blood appeared inside rebreather lenses. The champions entered the fog on foot, their armor sealed with hissing pressure locks. Warning runes immediately began reporting contamination beyond acceptable human tolerance. Malak ignored them. His enhanced organs could taste the poisons even through filtration, a metallic bitterness at the back of his throat that reminded him of Carrion Gate and Sereth's blade cutting dead tissue from his ribs. "Formation Obsidian," he ordered. "Intervals maintained. No pursuit beyond marked vectors." The company advanced. Shells fell around them. One explosion covered 3 brothers in diseased mud, thick with human remains. They continued walking. Mortal troops sheltering behind a chimera watched the black-armored figures disappear into poison that had already killed half their platoon. One guardsman made the sign of the Aquila. Another whispered a name that would spread through the army before sunset: the Black Death of the Emperor. The first Blightlord Terminators appeared through the fog at a manufacturing boulevard leading toward the Genitor complex. Malak saw them as broad shapes before his Auspex confirmed identity. The enemy advanced in the same measured rhythm as the champions, ancient tactical dreadnought armor swollen beneath corruption, combi bolters held ready, chain blades and plague weapons hanging from fists large enough to crush a mortal torso. There was no challenge, no exchange of threats. Both sides recognized what the next moments required. Champion veterans moved forward. Storm bolters opened at ranges so short that explosive muzzle flash reflected from opposing armor. Bolts struck ceramite, detonated inside joints, tore through flesh, and ricocheted from adamantium reinforcement. A Blightlord lost an eye lens, and half the skull behind it, yet continued firing, until veteran brother Kyle drove a power fist into the traitor's chest. Armor collapsed inward. The fist entered through breastplate, ribs, and rotten organs, then emerged through the back, dragging cords of diseased tissue. Kyle barely had time to withdraw before a chain fist caught him across the abdomen. The weapon screamed through plate. His lower torso came apart in an eruption of blood and black carapace. He remained upright long enough to fire his storm bolter directly into his killer's face. Both fell almost together. The boulevard became a slaughterhouse measured in meters. Neither formation yielded ground willingly. Power fists struck with force sufficient to shatter the superhuman bodies inside armor. Chain fists cut through ancient plates, whose surfaces still showed fragments of heraldry older than the Imperium's present institutions. One champion seized a Blightlord by the gorget and fired a storm bolter repeatedly into the abdominal gap until the traitor's torso was emptied of recognizable organs. Another loyal Terminator lost his left arm at the shoulder and used the remaining power fist to crush the head of the warrior responsible. Blood and corrupted fluid covered the road deeply enough to run into shell cracks. Malak fought in the center with power sword and bolt pistol, moving between the larger Terminator forms. He drove the sword through an exposed joint beneath a traitor's arm, twisted, and split the torso upward. The Death Guard warrior collapsed against him, spilling rotten organs across Malak's breastplate. Malak shoved the corpse aside and advanced. He could not ignore the resemblance anymore. The enemy endured exactly as his brothers endured. The difference was not physical, it was moral. Every meter proved Kelt's argument again. The Death Guard had turned endurance into submission and called the result strength. The champions would endure without asking the universe to make endurance easier. Armor followed through the boulevard. Land raiders advanced behind the infantry line, their frontal. Plates blackened by repeated impacts, but unbroken. They functioned as moving fortresses, Lascannons engaging enemy armor, while heavy bolters swept plague infantry from upper galleries. Vindicators moved beside them, where space permitted, and demolished barricades that had survived weeks of guard bombardment.
Their shells struck with such violence that entire wall sections became clouds of pulverized ferrocrete. Predators screened the flanks, turrets tracking blight haulers trying to emerge from service tunnels. Lascannon fire punched through one demon engine and exited in a white flare, leaving the corrupted machine to collapse into itself, while something inside screamed through speakers no crew should have been using. Rhinos brought fresh tactical squads forward. When one transport lost both tracks crossing an anti-armor trench, the crew did not request recovery. The driver accelerated what remained of the machine and forced it nose first into the gap. The hull settled between the trench walls. Following armor drove across its roof. The damaged Rhino became a bridge, its crew evacuating beneath the tracks of vehicles passing meters overhead. Thunderhawks came lower than Doctrine preferred, because high altitude belonged to enemy flak. They crossed the battlefield almost at rooftop height, heavy bolters and assault cannons raking artillery nests before banking between manufactorum towers. Anti-aircraft fire filled the streets with streams of tracer. One Thunderhawk took repeated impacts through its port engine and began trailing flame. The pilot completed the attack run anyway, destroying a plague mortar position before climbing toward the rear. It vanished beyond the smoke. Seconds later, Malak's helm marked its beacon as lost. No one commented. The destruction of the mortar had opened another kilometer of approach for the guard. The aircraft had therefore fulfilled its purpose. Stories moved through mortal formations faster than orders. Guardsmen told one another that the champions could breathe plague. Tank crews swore they had seen black-armored Astartes walk through artillery bursts without changing pace. Men who had survived Cineris said the chapter had burned entire districts because corruption could not be negotiated with. Some called them angels. Others used the name whispered by troops from the poisoned plains. Black Death. Drone heard it for the first time aboard the Leviathan from a wounded colonel who had lost half his regiment supporting Malak's advance. The Black Death is through the Eastern Manufactoria, Lord General. If they keep moving, the line may break. Drone stared at him. Do not call them that. The colonel blinked. Sir? They are not a legend. They are not an omen. They are a weapon. Drone turned back toward the hololith, where thousands of unit markers were disappearing each hour. He had watched the champions execute retreating officers, burn infected soldiers, sacrifice cities, and expend entire fronts. He understood their value precisely because he had seen what happened when that value was applied. Pray, he said quietly, that no commander ever decides your position is where that weapon should be aimed. Malak was struck before noon. The plague weapon came from a ruined shrine platform he had believed cleared. A corrupted gunner fired once before bolter fire killed him. The projectile struck Malak beneath the right pectoral and burst against his breastplate. Ceramite split. Contaminated fragments entered beneath the armor seal and tore through muscle along his side. He remained standing long enough to kill 2 approaching poxwalkers before one knee touched the ground. Sereth reached him almost immediately. Armor breach. I am aware. Then remain still. The apothecary cut away broken plate, injected counter-agents directly through Malak's black carapace, and flooded the wound with combat stimulants. Necrotic tissue had already begun forming around the fragments. Sereth removed what he could without full surgery, and sprayed the cavity with sealant before locking a temporary armor patch over it. You require realigned treatment. Malak looked toward the advance. Can I walk? Sereth stared at him. Yes. Then the discussion is complete. That is not medicine. It is war. Malak stood. The stimulants made the world unnaturally sharp. His wound felt like burning iron driven beneath his ribs. He picked up his power sword. Continue. Ancient Routh was wounded less. Then an hour later, a plague-burst crawler blocked the southern approach, mortar firing from behind the remains of a collapsed transit station, while entropy cannons destroyed 2 Imperial tanks attempting to flank it. Routh crossed the open ground alone. The demon engine fired.
One shot struck his leg assembly and tore away armor, but he continued. His assault cannon hammered the crawler's frontal plate, while his power fist closed around the weapon housing. The corrupted machine tried to reverse. Routh held it in place. He tore the housing open, reached into the breach, and crushed whatever combination of mechanism and living filth operated within. The crawler detonated. The blast removed most of Routh's damaged leg below the primary joint and hurled the dreadnought into a crater. Malak reached him through smoke. Status. Routh attempted to rise, failed, then braced his chassis against the crater wall. Mobility insufficient. Warning runes flickered constantly across his sarcophagus telemetry. Internal temperature had exceeded acceptable limits. Reactor stress climbed. Extraction, Malak ordered. Denied, Routh replied. That is my word. Then use another. The dreadnought rotated his functioning weapons toward the enemy. Malak saw several warning icons disappear from the telemetry. What did you disable? Alarms. Why? They occupied display space. Routh opened fire. Advance, Captain. The warp disrupted long-range coordination soon after. Vox channels degraded into static. Orbital relays failed. Regimental command nets fragmented until entire army groups were fighting without reliable contact beyond neighboring sectors. Guard formations slowed. Some advanced too far. Others halted while awaiting orders that would never arrive. The champions continued. Before the offensive, Threx had issued timelines for every probable communications failure. Squads shifted to pre-arranged objectives. Physical beacon markers were planted at junctions. Auspex bursts replaced Vox updates. Colored lumen flares marked safe armor corridors. Sergeants consulted chronometers and moved according to the last confirmed operational sequence. What mortal officers called rigidity became survival. The champions did not require constant inspiration from command because discipline had already determined what they would do when command disappeared. It was not enough. The message reached Threx through a short-range astropathic relay aboard the Mors Invicta. The Death Guard had entered the Gene Sepulchre. Dol had used the cipher recovered from the Genitor Manufactorum to open the ancient outer doors. Servitor Picts transmitted fragments before being destroyed. Corrupted Astartes moving between stasis chambers, Mechanicus archives being ripped from their housings, sealed gene containers carried toward the surface under guard. Conventional advance projections showed the champions remained too far away. Even if Malak broke the eastern line immediately, Dol could remove the records before interception. Threx stood alone before the Strategium's sealed command console. He opened a file no company captain had ever seen. Thanatos Protocol. The casualty projections appeared. He read them once. Then he contacted Drone. The Lord General's face resolved through interference. Chapter Master. Prepare the Western armies. Drone studied him. For what? Threx looked toward Drevenor turning beneath the battle barge, a world hidden beneath smoke, fire, and the light of its own destruction. For their final position. Drone's expression changed. Threx continued. No withdrawal will be authorized. The Lord General understood before the next words were spoken. How many? He asked. Threx looked at the casualty estimate displayed beside the sealed protocol. Billions. Enough, he said. And across Drevenor, the Western armies received orders to hold ground from which none of them were meant to return. The Thanatos Protocol had not been written to destroy a world. Threx regarded that distinction as important, though Lord General Tavian Drone suspected it would offer little comfort to anyone standing within the designated annihilation zone. The protocol existed in a sealed stratum of the Mors Invicta's command archives, buried beneath authorization wards that required the concurrence of the chapter master, the reclusiarch, and the senior surviving apothecary before even its casualty assumptions could be displayed. Its language was older than Caedmon Threx. Some provisions referred to fleet assets the champions of Thanatos had not possessed for centuries. Others described quarantine conditions that assumed the complete collapse of planetary government, orbital transport,
medical recovery, and conventional military command. Drevenor satisfied nearly every condition. The Western armies had fought beneath plague bombardment for so long that contamination maps no longer showed clean formations, only gradients of infection. Millions carried dormant spores without visible symptoms. Hundreds of millions had breathed air whose pathogen counts exceeded evacuation thresholds. Entire corps had marched through ground saturated by Nurgle's contagions, fought beside poxwalkers they had once called comrades, and slept in trenches where diseased fluids had pooled around their boots. Even victory would not make those men safe to transport. A troopship packed with survivors from the West could become a plague vessel before reaching the nearest translation point. A single infected regiment dispersed across reinforcement depots could condemn another world. The Imperium did not possess the luxury of hoping that quarantine would succeed. Threx intended to solve the problem with fire. Drone stood before the Leviathan's central hololith, while the protocol unfolded across the western continent in concentric bands of crimson. Orbital bombardment coordinates appeared first. Beneath them came ancient Prometheum reservoir maps, fuel arteries laid under Drevenor's industrial basin, generations before the war, and since repurposed to feed refineries, armor depots and hive furnaces. Strategic ammunition stockpiles were marked next: Earthshaker magazines, Manticore warhead caverns, Baneblade shell vaults, reactor fuel reserves, and demolition chambers beneath fortress lines. Threx meant to draw the pallid sepulchre into the Western armies, hold it there until reinforcement density reached a predetermined threshold, then fire upon the entire region from orbit, while ground crews ignited the buried fuel networks and detonated every strategic stockpile that remained. Drones studied the projected blast fronts. They overlapped across hundreds of kilometers. "How many Imperial personnel remain inside this area?" he asked. Colonel Major Hestian did not answer. Threx did. 2,100,000,000 confirmed combatants. Militia estimates remain unreliable. Civilian numbers are unknown. Drone looked at him across the hololith. Unknown. Yes. Meaning there may be another billion in Hab ruins, shelters and labor enclaves. There may be. Drone's voice became quiet. And you intend to burn them all? Threx met his gaze. I intend to ensure nothing contaminated leaves the Western Theater. Drone moved around the hololith until he stood almost chest to breastplate with the Astartes. You keep calling them contaminated, as if that changes what they are. It changes what can be done with them. They are soldiers. Yes. Men. Yes. Drone's restraint broke. Condemned men are still men. Threx did not raise his voice. And men can still serve after hope is gone. The sentence silenced the command chamber more completely than shouting would have. Drone looked back toward the Western Front, where billions of small tactical runes represented formations that had no idea their final battle had already been calculated. You expect them to stand there knowing nothing. I expect them to obey. Would they if they knew? Some would. Threx's augmetic eye reflected the crimson map. Some would desert. Some would mutiny. Some would seek evacuation and contaminate the eastern sectors in the attempt. Truth is not automatically a military virtue. Drone stared at him. That is the argument tyrants use. The Imperium is not preserved by philosophical cleanliness, Lord General, nor apparently by human beings. Threx answered, Human beings are what we are preserving. Inquisitor Merrick Solus arrived before Drone could reply. He had learned enough of the protocol from intercepted command traffic to understand its scale, and the anger he carried into the strategium was colder than Drone's. Suspend the operation, he said. Threx did not turn. No. Solus drew his rosette from beneath his coat and held it where every officer could see. This is not a request. Destruction on this scale falls within the authority of the Holy Ordos. Threx finally faced him. Then exercise that authority.
faster than the enemy can remove the contents of the gene sepulchre. You are proposing the deliberate extermination of billions of Imperial subjects. I am proposing the annihilation of an infected theater already lost to recovery. Solus stepped closer. You do not possess the right. Rights are irrelevant. Authority is not. Then arrest me. The words came without challenge or mockery. After the battle, if either of us survives, place me in chains and prosecute every order I have given. Until then, Dol reaches the gene sepulchre, removes material contaminated by the arch-enemy, and disperses his plague beyond this world, while you compose an astropathic petition asking whether we were permitted to stop him. Solus's jaw tightened. You presume necessity absolves you. No, I presume necessity exists, whether I am absolved or not. The Western formations received only one instruction: hold. No withdrawal timetable accompanied it. No transport allocations appeared. No reserve corridors were prepared behind them. Men understood. Soldiers always understood more than command believed. Along trench lines extending beyond sight, guardsmen fixed bayonets to laser guns already fouled by mud. Tank crews redistributed shells between surviving vehicles because some Lehman Russes possessed ammunition but no functioning engines, while others could move but had nearly empty racks. Artillerymen stripped charges from damaged rounds and kept firing despite recoil systems screaming for maintenance. Priests walked among firing steps carrying censers, aquilers, and battered books of imperial devotion, touching gloved fingers to helmets and foreheads, while men waited beneath the green sky. Some soldiers prayed. Others laughed too loudly. Some wrote final messages on scraps of ration packaging, even though no courier would ever carry them east. Officers continued issuing range cards, assigning fallback positions, and checking ammunition, because the existence of orders remained preferable to admitting there was nowhere to fall back to. A lieutenant in the 8th Drevenor Rifles asked his colonel when evacuation trains were expected. The colonel looked toward empty rail lines behind them and said, "After victory." Neither man believed it. Dol saw weakness where Threx had manufactured invitation. The pallid sepulchre committed reserves. From orbit, the movement resembled a disease spreading across the continent. Poxwalker formations poured into the western approaches in numbers large enough to change Auspex returns across entire regions. They filled valleys, roads, drainage channels, and crater fields until no ground remained visible beneath them. Plague-corrupted militia followed behind with armor columns, grinding through their own infantry because there was nowhere else to drive. Tanks rolled over bodies without slowing. Men were crushed beneath tracks, erupting into red-black slurry that coated the running gear. Plague Marines came later, patient and disciplined, moving through the hordes in the same relentless files Malak had come to despise for their familiarity. Demon engines crawled among them. Blight haulers, bloat drones, and corrupted siege machines advanced under the covering fire of plague-burst crawlers. Dol believed the Western armies were beginning to collapse under accumulated infection and fatigue. He sent more forces to ensure they did. Threx watched the density projections rise. "Not yet," he said. The final battle of the Western armies began before dawn and continued beneath a sky so dark with smoke that dawn never arrived. Guardsmen fired laser guns until power packs overheated and scorched skin through gloves. Men dropped empty cells, reached for fresh ones, and found ammunition crates already filled with severed limbs from soldiers killed beside them. Heavy bolter teams fired continuously until barrels glowed. Poxwalkers coming over the parapets disappeared into clouds of shredded meat, but those behind climbed the remains. Each wave raised the ground slightly. Soon, Imperial soldiers were fighting from trenches whose outer walls consisted as much of bodies as earth. A heavy bolter gunner lost both loaders and continued feeding ammunition himself until a Plague Marine's bolt took off his lower jaw. He fell backward, drowning in blood, and another soldier dragged him aside and seized the weapon before the corpse stopped kicking. Lehman Russes fired battle cannons at distances measured in tens of meters. One tank drove directly into a corrupted armored vehicle, locked hulls with it, and fired repeatedly into the enemy turret until both machines burned. Infantry fought around them inside the flames. Poxwalkers reached the barricades in layers. Bayonets entered swollen bellies and became trapped in intestines. Soldiers used rifle stocks, entrenching tools and bare hands when ammunition failed. One trench section vanished beneath so many infected that defenders suffocated under bodies before the creatures could tear them apart. Elsewhere, men stood on mounds of dead, high enough to see over their own parapets, and fired downward into the next wave. Artillery positions became close combat redoubts. Earthshaker crews lowered barrels almost flat and fired into enemy concentrations visible from the gun pits, recoil throwing loose corpses from the revetments. When shells ran out, crews used las pistols and loading rammers. When those failed, they died around the guns they had refused to abandon. The Western Front became a factory whose only product was mutilation. Bodies entered it by the million and emerged as smoke, fragments, and statistical reductions in operational strength. The champions remained among them until the enemy concentration crossed Threx's final threshold. Malak's surviving company withdrew by stages through the Western Command sectors, extracting tactical officers whose knowledge would be required for the next assault and destroying equipment that could not be recovered. Charges were placed inside cogitator banks. Damaged predators were overloaded and abandoned as demolition points. Gene seed was recovered where fallen champions could still be reached. Everything else was left. Mortal soldiers watched the black-armored Astartes moving east, while orders held them in place. Some understood immediately. Others merely sensed abandonment. A guardsman missing one hand raised the stump in salute as Malak passed. Another soldier spat onto Malak's greave and called him a murderer. Malak did not strike him. Farther along the line, an entire platoon stood silently while the champions crossed through their position. Their sergeant removed his helmet. "Are you coming back?" he asked. Malak looked at him. "No." The man considered that, then nodded once. Thought not. He turned back toward the approaching horde. Malak continued walking. A Thunderhawk lifted the last champions from the western perimeter as the target density rune turned white aboard the Mors Invicta. Threx rested one gauntlet upon the strategium rail. "Execute Thanatos." The battle barge fired first. Lance beams descended from orbit and struck the western continent in lines brighter than the sun. Fortress zones vanished beneath pillars of white radiance. The judgment unending and ashen testament followed with bombardment cannon fire, shells entering the atmosphere like falling stars before impacting among plague concentrations. Seconds later, buried promethium arteries opened simultaneously. Fuel that had once fed cities and manufactoria flooded subterranean networks. Ignition charges fired. The continent caught fire from below. Roads ruptured. Trenches opened into flame. Hab ruins burst outward as buried conduits detonated beneath them. Strategic ammunition caverns cooked off one after another, each explosion triggering the next. Manticore warheads launched themselves sideways from collapsing stockpiles. Earthshaker magazines became expanding hemispheres of fire. Reactor stores ruptured. Entire armored columns disappeared inside shock fronts before crews understood what was happening. The horizon turned white. Men died before the flames reached them. Pressure waves struck first, rupturing lungs, bursting eyes and tearing bodies apart inside flak armor. Tanks rolled like children's toys. Poxwalkers became airborne fragments. Plague marines vanished beneath collapsing ground and orbital fire. Those who survived the first impacts burned when the Prometheum front reached them. Billions of voices entered the Voxnet at once and were severed almost immediately. Aboard the Leviathan, casualty cogitators failed. One servitor announced an impossible loss total, reset itself, and announced it again.
Another began repeating that no valid formations existed within the Western Theatre. Hestian struck the machine and demanded recalculation. Drone did not. He knew. The Western Front was gone. From the Thunderhawk, Malak watched a continent become
an execution pyre. White fire stretched from one horizon to the other. Clouds rose into the upper atmosphere in columns broad enough to be seen from orbit. The gunship shook, despite being hundreds of kilometers from the primary detonation belts. A surviving champion sergeant stood beside him. "Did they deserve better?" the warrior asked. Malak watched the fire consume the place where millions of Imperial soldiers had remained at their guns because they had been ordered to hold. Deserving has never been part of war. No one spoke again. The Thanatos Protocol achieved what Threx had intended. Dol's Western reserves ceased to exist as coherent formations. Reinforcement routes into Cineris collapsed. Demon engines, plague armor, and infected hordes that might have defended the Gene Sepulchre burned with the soldiers used to bait them into position. For the first time since the Pallid Sepulchre reached Drevanor, the subterranean approaches stood isolated. Solus found Threx still watching the strategic projection when the casualty total stabilized. "You have killed more loyal servants of the Emperor in minutes than many warlords of the archenemy manage in centuries." Threx looked at the black region where the Western armies had been. "Yes." Solus seemed almost angered by the absence of defense. "That is all? What answer would satisfy you?" "Remorse. I possess it. You display none. Display does not alter outcome." Solus moved closer. "Billions trusted the Imperium to protect them." Threx turned at last. "And billions elsewhere may live because they died. You cannot know that. No commander ever knows. He chooses with incomplete knowledge and becomes responsible for what follows." Solus looked toward the Western Annihilation Zone. "You call this victory?" "No." Threx changed the hololith. The burning continent vanished. In its place appeared Hive Cineris and the ancient tunnels beneath it. This purchased a road. Malak entered the strategium as the subterranean approaches illuminated one after another. Threx looked toward him. "Prepare the chapter. For the Gene Sepulchre? For the end of this war." The chapter master enlarged the buried complex. "The mortals have paid enough." Malak's expression remained cold. Threx continued, "What remains will be decided by Astartes' blood." The surviving champions of Thanatos descended beneath Hive Cineris as though marching into their own tomb. There was no attempt to conceal what the assault represented. Every warrior had seen the casualty projections. Every sergeant understood that the passages below could be collapsed behind them, that reinforcement corridors had already been poisoned or destroyed, and that the Death Guard occupied enough of the subterranean network to make extraction improbable, even if victory was achieved. First Company veterans in tactical dreadnought armor formed the spearhead, storm bolters locked across their chests, power fists flexing beneath the weak red lumens, while chain fists growled whenever their operators tested the motors. Tactical squads followed in disciplined files carrying bolt gun ammunition, flamers, melter guns, and satchels of demolition charges. Teleport homers were distributed among the veterans in case the fleet could establish a stable lock through the layers of hive structure and warp interference. Malak Orson walked behind the Terminator spearhead, with his repaired breastplate still mismatched around the wound Sereth had sealed days earlier. Every stride sent a slow pulse of pain beneath his ribs. He ignored it. Sereth moved nearby, Narthecium extended, and surgical canisters empty enough to remind Malak how many brothers had already required recovery. Reclusiarch Kelt came with them, Crozius resting against one shoulder, its field dormant until needed. Chapter Master Threx walked at the center of the formation. Ancient Routh remained above, too damaged to descend the narrow shaft in his current condition. Once the last tactical squad passed through the access gate, Tech Marine Vorak set charges along the corridor behind them.
Malak heard the detonations several minutes later. Ferrocrete and support ribs collapsed into the passage. Their retreat became a sealed wall. No one objected. A one-way road at least removed uncertainty. The first true chambers of the Gene Sepulchre did not resemble anything remaining in Hive Cineris. The transition was abrupt enough to make the surrounding hive seem like a parasite grown around a corpse. Corridors of filthy ferrocrete and rusted maintenance piping ended at bare adamantium arches, whose proportions were designed for warriors larger than ordinary men. The walls beyond had no devotional clutter, no accumulated plaques from generations of priests, no bundles of cabling installed by maintenance crews who had forgotten the purpose of the machinery they repaired. Everything was severe, functional, and ancient. Mechanicum script had been stamped directly into load-bearing members in forms Vorak identified as predating the division between later Martian traditions. Legionary access markings existed beside doors that had remained sealed for thousands of years. There were weapon alcoves sized for Astartes, decontamination chambers capable of accepting warriors in full plate, and stasis galleries arranged with military order, rather than the ritual complexity of later Imperial gene vaults. Nothing smelled of corruption. That struck Malak most strongly. After weeks of Nurgle's influence, the absence of rot felt unnatural. The air was dry. Dust lay undisturbed across the floors. No fungus covered the walls. No flies moved beneath the lumen strips. Even the dead mechanisms seemed clean. Threx looked along the first stasis gallery and said, "Maintain discipline. Purity can become camouflage as easily as filth." Malak knew what he meant. They had become so accustomed to corruption announcing itself through stench and mutation that an enemy standing within cleanliness might have possessed greater surprise. The ancient defenses activated before they reached the first archive junction. Recessed weapon mounts opened along both walls with mechanical precision. Ceiling plates withdrew and revealed sentry systems whose forms belonged to an age when mankind still understood more of the machines it commanded. Red targeting beams crossed the corridor. Every champion raised his weapon. Vorak shouted, "Hold fire! Machine identification in progress." The nearest defense unit scanned the Terminator spearhead. A sequence of amber lights traveled across veteran Othan's armor, paused over the chapter badge, then shifted toward biological readings. A cogitator awakened behind a wall panel, with a sound like breath returning to a corpse. Text appeared upon a cracked display in ancient High Gothic. Malak did not need Vorak to translate the central words. "Legiones Astartes," he read. The next line resolved more slowly. 14th compatibility accepted. No one moved. The defense weapons lowered. A sealed blast door opened with a thunderous release of pressure, untouched for 10,000 years. Malak looked at Threx. The chapter master did not avert his gaze. Around them stood dozens of champions, warriors who had heard Dole's accusations, listened to Threx's confession, and accepted Sereth's analysis. Yet most had still experienced the truth, only through another man's testimony. Now the ancient machine had tasted their blood and recognized them. Veteran Othan stared at the display for several seconds. "No ambiguity remains," Kelt answered. "Then discard ambiguity. It has completed its purpose." Othan looked toward him. "And what replaces it?" The Reclusiarch lifted his Crozius. "Duty." Sereth accessed the central records under armed guard, while the outer squads prepared defensive positions. The archive had survived through redundant stasis memory, crystalline data stacks, and sealed mechanicum cores whose interfaces required Vorak to bridge command protocols separated by 10,000 years of technological decay. Information emerged in fragments: gene seed storage manifests, biological stability reports, implant compatibility tables, legionary routing codes. The designation of the 14th appeared repeatedly. Sereth worked without comment until Malak demanded meaning. "Pre-corruption stock," the apothecary said. "Confirmed." Threx stood beside him. Provenance? Sereth searched deeper. Incomplete. Material entered sealed Mechanicum custody before the Legion's final corruption. Custodial chain after the heresy is damaged or deliberately removed. Malak said, Terran stock? Possible. Loyal survivors? Possible. Reserve vault material? Also possible. Sereth turned from the display. The records establish what the gene seed was, not precisely whose bodies it came from, nor who authorized its later use. Threx studied the archive. Then our beginning remains buried. Malak looked across the preserved vault, at chambers containing the genetic legacy of a legion that had become synonymous with plague and treachery. But not our blood. No, Sereth said. Not that. The attack came before the archive purge could begin. The first warning was not Auspex. It was the smell. Rot entered the sterile chamber as a faint sweetness beneath the recycled air, then became strong enough that even helmet filters registered contamination. A secondary access door buckled inward. Bolter fire struck from the darkness beyond it. The first champion hit took 2 rounds across the chest, one detonating against ceramite, and the second entering through a damaged joint beneath the arm. His torso ruptured internally. He fell without sound. Plague Marines advanced through the breach before the body stopped moving. Tactical squads answered. The enclosed chamber amplified every shot until bolter fire became a physical pressure. Explosive rounds struck walls and armor, throwing fragments of adamantium through the air like secondary shrapnel. One Death Guard warrior lost the lower half of his face and continued firing until a melter blast converted the center of his body into incandescent vapor. Demons manifested where the first corrupted blood touched the floor. Plague bearers pulled themselves upward through reflections on polished metal, bodies forming around swords already dripping with filth. Kelt met them at the archive junction, his Crozius activated with a crack of displaced air. The vault is ours by blood, a Plague Marine growled across the chamber. Kelt smashed a demon's skull flat before answering. Blood establishes nothing but what must be purified. The Terminators collided in the central transit gallery. Blightlords came through the smoke in armor older than many Imperial institutions, their swollen plate carrying fragments of legionary markings beneath corrosion. The champions met them without giving ground. Stormbolters fired from distances measured in arm lengths. Muzzle flares scorched opposing armor black. Power fists struck breastplates hard enough to drive ceramite into the organs beneath. A chain fist caught veteran Othan across one shoulder and tore through plating, muscle, and bone. Othan answered by clamping his own chain fist against the traitor's abdomen. The weapon screamed. Corrupted tactical dreadnought armor opened from groin to sternum, releasing organs swollen with larvae and black fluid. The Blightlord remained upright until Othan rammed his Stormbolter into the opening and fired. Another Death Guard Terminator drove a plague blade beneath Brother Hestian's abdominal plates. The weapon tore upward. Hestian's gut opened. Intestines spilled across the front of his armor and hung between his legs in steaming coils. He seized the Death Shroud warrior's weapon arm before the blade could be pulled free. "Locked!" he transmitted through clenched teeth. 3 champions fired at once. Bolts struck the Death Shroud's helmet, chest, and throat. Hestian took several impacts as well. Both warriors disappeared beneath explosions of armor fragments and flesh. When the smoke cleared, Hestian was still gripping the enemy arm with both hands, though his head was gone. Malak fought through the gallery toward the archive core, while Death Guard forces entered from secondary tunnels. A traitor raised a combi bolter almost against his chest. Malak knocked the weapon aside with his power sword and drove his bolt pistol into the gap beneath the warrior's gorget. He fired until the magazine ran dry, each detonation throwing rotten tissue from the rear of the neck. Another Plague Marine struck him with a mace and reopened the wound beneath his repaired breastplate. Pain flooded his side. He stepped into the next strike rather than away from it, caught the weapon arm beneath his elbow, and drove the power sword through the traitor's face. The blade exited through the rear of the helmet in a wash of sparks and black fluid. Malak tore it free, and saw Sereth go down near the archive console. The plague blade had entered through the apothecary's thigh and exited near the hip before continuing into his lower abdomen. Sereth killed the attacker with his narthecium, driving the reductor deep through the traitor's eye lens and triggering the extraction mechanism inside the skull. When he pulled the instrument free, fragments of brain and diseased bone came with it. Sereth looked down at his own wound only once. Blood had already mixed with oily corruption around the torn armor seal. Diagnostic runes flashed across his vambrace. Malak reached him. "Withdraw to the inner chamber." Sereth shook his head. "No. You are contaminated." "I am aware." "Then seal yourself." Sereth looked toward the bodies of fallen champions scattered across the gallery. "Their progenoids are not contaminated yet." Malak understood. "You will die." The apothecary's face hardened. "That does not alter the inventory." He injected himself with counter-agents, sealed the worst of the abdominal tear with combat foam, and crawled toward Brother Hestian's corpse. His narthecium opened the dead warrior's neck. Even while his own blood ran across the floor, Sereth recovered the precious gene seed and sealed it inside a stasis canister. "Continuation before preservation," he said. "Always." The first stasis chamber corrupted while Malak watched. Diseased growth entered through a breached access duct and spread across the glass like veins beneath translucent skin. Preserved gene material inside the chamber began to move. Tissue that had remained inert for millennia swelled, split, and grew teeth where no mouth should have existed. A second stasis unit ruptured. Something inside struck the glass repeatedly with a hand that had not existed moments earlier. Sereth turned pale beneath the apothecarian lumens. "The stock is compromised," Vorak shouted from the opposite console. "Containment failure spreading through the western banks." Malak looked toward Threx. For a moment he expected the chapter master to order recovery of whatever could still be saved. Threx did not hesitate. "Nothing corrupted leaves." Sereth looked at the archive. "Some samples may remain viable." "May. We could isolate them and discover centuries later that we preserved Nurgle's corruption because sentiment overruled certainty." Threx shook his head. "Burn it." He opened the company channel. Melter charges throughout the gene vault. Primary support pillars, archive core, reactor conduits, and stasis galleries, enough to collapse the complex and the lower hive above it. No one argued. The champions had found the truth of their ancestry only to receive orders to destroy its physical remains. Malak encountered Dole's chosen champion among the exploding stasis galleries. The traitor was massive, even for a plague marine, carrying a corroded cleaver in one hand and a hooked blade in the other. His armor bore trophies taken from dead champions, bone-white fragments nailed across the breastplate. Malak fired his last bolt pistol round into the warrior's shoulder. The shell detonated and failed to stop him. Malak discarded the empty pistol. His power sword struck the cleaver, and the field generator failed with a burst of sparks, damaged beyond function. He threw the weapon aside and drew his chainsword. The two collided amid rupturing stasis units. The traitor hacked through Malak's pauldron. Malak's chainsword cut into one forearm and jammed against corrupted bone. He released it before the enemy could drag him off balance. The hooked blade opened his thigh. Malak answered with his combat knife, driving it through a gap beneath the traitor's armpit. The Death Guard warrior laughed and head-butted him hard enough to blur his vision. There was no elegance left in the fight. They grappled among burning gene vaults like beasts in armor. Malak seized the traitor's wrist with both hands and forced the hooked blade aside. The plague champion drove a knee into his abdomen. Malak felt stitches inside his old wound tear. He ignored it, shifted his weight, and kicked sideways into the enemy's knee joint. The first impact bent armor. The second broke the joint. The third drove the knee backward with a wet crack, audible even through the surrounding bolter fire.
The traitor collapsed. Malak followed him down, seized the rear of his gorget, and smashed the exposed head against the floor. Once, twice, the helmet split. The plague champion reached for him. Malak stamped down. Rotten bone collapsed. He stamped again. Teeth scattered across the adamantium. Again. Again. When he stopped, helmet, skull, and brain had become an indistinguishable black-red mass beneath his boot. He stood breathing hard, while warning runes announced detonations spreading through the outer galleries. At the heart of the sepulchre, Threx reached the central crypt alone. Varric Dole waited for him. The death. Guard-lord stood beneath an ancient legionary arch, whose original symbols had been scraped away thousands of years before either warrior entered the chamber. His armor was an obscenity of ages layered upon ages, ancient plate swollen by corruption, yet still carrying shapes recognizable from the Great Crusade beneath horn, rust, and diseased growth. In both hands, he carried a plague scythe, taller than a mortal man, its blade pitted, stained, and breathing vapor into the sterile air. Dol looked upon Threx. "Brother?" Threx removed his thunderhammer from its maglock. The relic weapon awakened with a deep electrical growl. "No." Dol's ruined face twisted into something resembling a smile. Threx stepped into the crypt. "You forfeited that word 10,000 years ago." Behind him, the adamantium vault doors began to close. The last thing Malak saw before they sealed was Dol lowering the plague scythe and Threx raising the hammer. Then the doors met, and the Gene sepulchre shook with the first blow. The first exchange between Kedman Threx and Varric Dol broke the central crypt apart. Threx's thunderhammer met the haft of the plague scythe with a detonation that cracked ancient adamantium flooring beneath both warriors and sent fragments of legionary masonry skittering across the chamber. Neither yielded more than half a step. Dol's armor groaned beneath centuries of corrosion and swollen corruption, vents exhaling clouds of flies where cooling exhaust should have been, while Threx's near-black plate bore the clean brutality of damage accumulated across Drevenor. Gouges from bolt fire, a split pauldron, dried streaks of alien filth, and the scorched marks of wounds that had never been granted sufficient time to heal. They circled slowly, because neither required speed to make violence effective. Their shared heritage existed not in heraldry, but in method. They measured distance, accepted punishment, refused waste. Dol swung low, the scythe describing an arc that would have severed a mortal battle tank's suspension. Threx stepped inside the killing edge and drove the hammer into the Death Guard Lord's shoulder. The power field discharged. Ancient ceramite burst outward and exposed yellow-grey flesh stitched with cables and bone. Dol barely moved. His return strike caught Threx across the cuirass and opened 3 layers of armor. The chapter master staggered backward, blood already leaking through the fracture. Dol advanced 1 pace. Threx advanced 1 pace to meet him. "You understand now," Dol said. His voice emerged from the grill of his helm, as though spoken through a tomb. "This is why you endured the demon, why poison takes you slowly, why your warriors walk where mortals drown in their own lungs. You were never made in ignorance, brother. You were made from us." Threx swung. Dol parried. The hammer's field sheared a crescent from the scythe haft, but failed to break it. "I was made from gene seed," Threx replied. "Gene seed remembers." "Gene seed replicates," Dol laughed. "Still the denial. 10,000 years, and you have learned nothing except how to rename inheritance." The scythe came down vertically. Threx twisted aside. Its blade struck the floor and buried itself deep enough to shower both warriors with molten fragments. Threx answered by driving 1 armored knee into Dol's abdomen. The traitor's torso folded slightly. The hammer struck his chest. The impact crushed a cavity into the breastplate and burst several of the swollen organs beneath it. Black-green fluid poured from the wound. Flies boiled outward.
Dole dragged the scythe free and came on again. Outside the crypt, Malak Orson's survivors were dying by meters. The corridor leading toward Threx had narrowed beneath partial collapse until the death shroud blocking it could stand almost shoulder to shoulder. Their man-reapers moved in coordinated arcs, long-bladed weapons turning the passage into an abattoir. Champion veterans met them in Terminator plate, already scarred from the Gene sepulchre. Storm bolters hammered at such close range that muzzle fire charred opposing armor. Power fists and thunder hammers struck through weapon shafts, breastplates, and the bodies behind them. The confined air became thick with propellant, blood, and pulverized ceramite. Malak moved behind the first rank, his own armor leaking from half-sealed wounds. "No pauses for casualties," he ordered. "Recover gene seed where possible. The living continue." Brother Othan went down under a man-reaper that entered beneath his arm and came out through his back. The death shroud tried to free the blade. Othan locked both arms around the haft and held it. A veteran beside him brought a thunder hammer into the traitor's head. The helm vanished inside a flash of power field discharge, and what remained of the skull sprayed the corridor wall. Othan remained standing for several seconds because the weapon through his torso held him upright. Sereth reached him, scanned once, then cut through the gorget to reach the progenoid glands. "Leave me," Othan rasped. Sereth did not look up. "You are already being left. Your gene seed is not." The next death shroud advanced over both bodies. Malak shot it through one eye lens with his bolt pistol, the shell detonating behind the helm and splashing grey matter through the grille. It continued moving. He fired again into the throat. Another champion struck the warrior from the side with a power fist and caved half the torso inward. The traitor still tried to lift its man-reaper until a third blow shattered the spine. "Forward," Malak ordered. Men died behind him. Men died ahead of him. The distance to the central crypt shrank. Deep inside the maintenance levels, ancient Routh dragged himself through darkness. The dreadnought had been denied descent because of his shattered leg and had accepted the order until the first internal collapse severed the upper evacuation route. Then, he had found another path. One functioning leg pushed. His power fist caught structural ribs, deck edges, and maintenance conduits, and hauled several tons of sarcophagus and armor through tunnels that had never been intended to carry a dreadnought. His damaged limbs scraped behind him, shedding metal across the floor. Cooling systems screamed. Reactor output fluctuated. Routh disabled each warning as it appeared. He had already told Malak what he thought of alarms. He reached the lower reactor junction as a hellbrute smashed through the opposite bulkhead. The corrupted machine had once been an Astartes dreadnought of another pattern. Now its sarcophagus had disappeared beneath layers of distended flesh. Cables grew into meat. One arm ended in a power scourge of rusted tendrils. The other carried a heavy weapon fused into bone. It saw Routh and emitted a howl of static and agony. Routh stopped dragging himself. "At last," he said. The hellbrute fired. Autocannon rounds struck Routh's sarcophagus housing and tore away the plating already damaged at Carrion Gate. Routh answered with his own weapon. The first burst destroyed the hellbrute's left optic cluster. The second chewed into its torso. Neither machine could maneuver properly inside the maintenance chamber. They moved directly toward one another. The power scourge wrapped around Routh's weapon arm and tore it off. Routh seized the hellbrute's chest with his remaining fist. The enemy drove its gun muzzle into Routh's side and fired. Inside his sarcophagus, systems died in sequence. Routh tightened his grip. The hellbrute tried to reverse. Routh hauled himself forward with the same fist holding his enemy and drove both machines into the reactor housing behind them. Warning klaxons filled the chamber. His own reactor core was failing. He saw the instability data and understood its final utility. The hellbrute screamed again. Routh opened the chapter channel. No words came, only 3 short bursts of encoded vox. The old battle signal: endure, advance, destroy. Then ancient Routh deliberately released every remaining containment safeguard in his power core. The detonation reached Malak as a concussion through the soles of his boots. The corridor walls flexed. Ancient lights went dark. Dust and fragments rained from the ceiling. The death shroud line staggered. Malak's helm filled with dead telemetry from Routh's beacon, followed by a cascading collapse, warning through the lower vault. "Routh," Sereth said. Malak saw the final transmission stored on his display. 3 pulses. "Advance," he answered. The champions struck before the death shroud could recover. Thunder hammers broke their formation. Storm bolters fired into exposed flanks. One traitor lost both arms at the shoulder and continued trying to shoulder its way forward until Malak drove a combat blade through the throat and tore it sideways. The loyalists crossed the junction while sections of the ceiling collapsed. Behind them, Routh's death had destroyed the Hellbrute, incinerated an approaching Death Guard reserve, and collapsed one of the largest tunnels leading out of the Gene Sepulchre. The dead dreadnought had accomplished in one reactor breach what an entire company might have required hours to achieve. Above Drevenor, the Ashen Testament was dying. The strike cruiser had lost main propulsion and most of its starboard batteries. Half its aft decks were open to the void. Fire burned inside compartments without atmosphere, because some of what burned was no longer holy material. Its captain ordered every viable gene seed repository transferred to armored boarding craft, followed by ammunition stores and surviving Astartes not required for the ship's final maneuver. Mortal crew remained at their stations. Some knew what was coming, because there were no evacuation assignments beside their names. A pallid Sepulchre plague ship moved across Drevenor's orbit toward the damaged Mors Invicta. The Ashen Testament turned using thrusters that were not designed to change the course of a dying warship. Its prow aligned. Enemy batteries opened. Macro shells punched through the strike cruiser's hull. Entire decks disappeared. The Ashen Testament continued accelerating. The final Vox transmission contained no rhetoric. Collision course established. The strike cruiser rammed the plague vessel amidships. For an instant, both ships remained recognizable. Then the Loyalist prow drove through corrupted armor, rupturing reactors and munitions chambers deep within the Death Guard ship. White fire expanded across the void. The vessels broke together, fragments descending toward Drevenor in burning arcs, broad enough to illuminate half the night hemisphere. Soldiers on the surface looked upward and saw what appeared to be a second sunrise tearing across the heavens. Drone had no time to admire it. Millions of guardsmen surrounded Hive Cineris in concentric containment lines. Infantry regiments occupied every viable exit from the Underhive. Lehman Russ squadrons covered transit mouths. Basilisks had been lowered to direct fire elevation. Hellhounds waited behind the first line for anything that survived conventional weapons. Inquisitor Solus stood beside Drone inside a forward command bastion while reports arrived from the collapsing subterranean complex. "Anything that exits without authentication is engaged," Solus said. Drone glanced at him. "Including the champions." "Including the champions. They are still fighting below. They are also derived from gene stock associated with a traitor legion and have spent hours inside an active corruption zone." Drone looked toward Hive Cineris. Entire lower districts trembled as detonations moved through its foundations. "You expect guardsmen to stop Astartes if they emerge corrupted?" "No." "Then why give the order?" "Because failing is not permission to refuse." Drone almost laughed. Instead, he adjusted the defense disposition. "All armor to primary access routes. Flamers behind them." Solus watched him. "You disapprove." "I have spent this war disapproving of orders and carrying them out." "Then perhaps you understand the Imperium." Drone looked at the Hive. "I understand it too well." Inside the central crypt, Dol's scythe finally found the gap it had been seeking. Threx was already wounded in 5 places. His left pauldron hung broken. One knee servo had failed. Blood filled the inside of his armor from a slash across the abdomen. Dol was worse in appearance
and better in function. Half his chest had been crushed inward. One arm hung at an unnatural angle. The flesh visible through broken plate writhed with maggots and regrowing tissue. He continued as though damage were merely another environment. "You see," Dol said, "decay wins because everything serves it eventually." Threx raised the hammer. "No." The scythe moved. Its blade entered beneath Threx's breastplate and passed through his side. For the first time, the chapter master stopped. Dol leaned close. Corruption entered with the weapon. Threx felt it spread through organs engineered to resist poisons that would kill armies. His primary heart spasmed. One lung began filling with fluid. Warning runes turned red across his vision. Dol whispered, "You could stop hurting." Threx gripped the scythe haft with one hand. "That sentence," he said, "destroyed your legion." Then he swung the thunderhammer one-handed. The blow struck the scythe near the blade. The relic weapon's power field discharged. Dol's ancient weapon shattered. Fragments crossed the chamber. Threx fell to one knee. Dol discarded the broken shaft and reached for him with both hands. The crypt doors exploded inward. Malak entered first. Dol turned. "At last," the Death Guard Lord said. "The heir." Malak raised his bolt pistol. "No." Dol spread his arms slightly. "You would deny even now what stands in your blood?" Malak looked at Threx bleeding onto the ancient floor. Then he looked at the Death Guard Lord. "I deny you." Dol reached for a secondary blade. Malak fired. Every surviving champion behind him fired at the same time. There was no duel. Plasma struck first, burning through Dol's damaged shoulder and vaporizing half the arm. Bolt rounds hammered into his breastplate, detonating through swollen organs. Storm bolters tore chunks from his legs. Dol staggered, but remained standing, roaring now. Whatever ancient patience had inhabited him finally burned away. Malak crossed the distance with a meltagun taken from a fallen brother. Dol swung the broken scythe haft like a club. It struck Malak's shoulder and cracked armor. Malak drove the meltagun muzzle against the cavity Threx's thunderhammer had opened in the traitor's chest. Dol looked down. Malak fired. For an instant, the crypt became white. The weapon's heat destroyed armor, flesh, organs, and bone at contact range. Most of Dol's torso ceased to exist. Burning fragments struck the far wall. Liquefied corruption sprayed across the floor and boiled where it landed. The Death Guard Lord's upper body remained attached to his hips by little more than pieces of spinal armor and strips of blackened tissue. Dol tried to speak. Malak fired again. The remains collapsed. No voice returned. Malak dropped the overheated weapon and went to Threx. Sereth arrived seconds later and knelt beside the chapter master. His own wounds had worsened. Blood ran from his abdominal seal. One leg dragged behind him. He scanned Threx once. The apothecary said nothing. He did not need to. Threx looked at Malak. Charges? Placed. Archive? Corrupted sections destroyed. Remaining records prepared for demolition. Good. Malak crouched beside him. We can extract you. No. Threx. Chapter Master. Malak stopped. Threx's breath sounded wet. You command now. Malak looked toward Sereth. The apothecary inclined his head. Threx continued. Destroy the sepulchre. All of it. Nothing remains for Dol's survivors. Nothing remains for anyone. Malak understood the second meaning. No Inquisition archive would recover uncontested proof from these chambers. No future servant of chaos would inherit the stock. No champion would return here seeking legitimacy from dead blood. Understood. The evacuation began under collapse conditions. Teleport homers failed beneath warp interference, forcing the survivors toward an industrial shaft opened by earlier bombardment. Thunderhawks descended through the upper hive to reach them. Champions carried gene seed canisters, wounded brothers who could still be moved, and ammunition sufficient to break through anything waiting at the extraction point. Those who could not move were given weapons and left facing the enemy. Malak remained beside Threx until the last possible moment. The chapter master's eyes were losing focus. Malak, Lord. Threx's voice became little more than breath. Never let blood become an excuse. Malak held his gaze. Never. Threx nodded once. Malak rose. He activated the demolition sequence. Melter charges ignited throughout the gene sepulchre. Support pillars became liquid metal. Reactor conduits ruptured. Stasis chambers vanished inside expanding white heat. Ancient archives containing 10,000 years of buried truth burned faster than thought could preserve them. The floor beneath the crypt split. Thunderhawks lifted from Cineris as the lower hive began collapsing into itself. Entire habitation levels dropped by hundreds of meters. Towers leaned. Manufactorum spires folded inward. Transit shafts became vertical graves. Vast numbers of soldiers, cultists, poxwalkers and trapped civilians disappeared as streets opened beneath them. Malak stood in the troop bay of the final Thunderhawk. Below him, Hive Cineris died. Somewhere beneath, millions of tons of falling stone and metal, Caedmon Threx remained beside the corpse of Varik Dol. The secret of the 14th disappeared with them. Malak watched until smoke consumed everything. Then he turned toward the surviving champions of Thanatos. They were fewer now, bloodier, broken, still loyal, and the war was not yet finished. Victory on Drevenor Prime did not arrive with bells, banners, or cheering crowds. It arrived as silence in places where billions of voices had once existed. The planet survived because survival, within the Imperium, required only that a world continue to orbit its star with something recognizably human still alive upon it. From the observation galleries of the Mors Invicta, continents that had once burned with the lights of hive cities were now dark beneath veils of ash. Entire regions had become biologically dead, sterilized by orbital fire, promethium storms, or the deliberate destruction of atmospheric systems. Hive Cineris had collapsed deep into its own foundations, leaving a cratered wound broad enough to be visible from high orbit. The Western Theater remained a white-grey desert, where the Thanatos Protocol had consumed armies measured in billions, and even the surviving Eastern territories carried warning sigils across planetary charts, where plague spores persisted in soil, aquifers, and ventilation networks. Millions of square kilometers were forbidden ground. Drevenor's remaining population had been compressed into defended enclaves, temporary military cities, and quarantine districts, whose walls were lined with gun emplacements facing inward as often as outward. The Administratum had not yet calculated how many had died because the necessary clerks, cogitators, and records had died with them. Lord General Tavian Drone no longer asked for a number. There were figures large enough that precision became obscenity. What passed for a victory procession moved through the remains of Drevenor's capital defense district beneath a sky stained brown by crematory smoke. Astra Militarum formations marched because movement was required to relocate them, not because anyone had ordered ceremony. Men passed corpse furnaces that had burned without interruption since the first week of the Plague War. Servitors fed the dead into iron mouths by conveyor because burial had become impossible long before the final offensive. Some bodies still wore flak armor, others were wrapped in stained sheets or stacked naked because clothing had been stripped for reclamation. Regimental banners hung torn and blackened above columns whose survivors could fit into the space once occupied by single companies. Tanks crawled beside them, with armor repaired using plate cut from destroyed vehicles. Lehman Russ hulls carried impact scars that would never be removed because repair yards needed functioning tanks more than they needed attractive ones. Soldiers did not cheer when the surviving champions of Thanatos passed through the district. Some saluted, some turned away. A few made the sign of the Aquila, others stared with hollow expressions that held no gratitude at all. Malak Orson understood every response. He had commanded men to burn their comrades, abandoned armies to the Thanatos protocol, and destroyed the hive beneath which the war's final secret had been buried. He required no affection from survivors. Obedience had been enough during the war. Memory could hate him if it wished. The purification began before the surviving armies had finished consolidating. Temporary medici stations expanded into kilometer-long quarantine complexes, surrounded by razor wire, autocannon towers, and hellhound squadrons. Every surviving soldier, laborer, and civilian passing through Imperial control underwent examination. Blood samples were taken, lungs were scanned, Auspex units searched for abnormal growth, spore implantation, warp contamination, and cellular changes associated with the pallid sepulchre's diseases. Men judged clean were sent east. Men judged uncertain were placed behind secondary barriers. Those who crossed confirmed contamination thresholds went west into guarded compounds from which no transport returned. No medici officer promised treatment. There was none. The Imperium had learned on Drevenor that infection could hide behind healthy flesh for days, and no commander intended to gamble another world upon compassion. Champions stood beside guard execution detachments at the compounds. Flamers held ready, while apothecaries and medici personnel marked entire groups for destruction. The process was not hurried. That made it worse. Men were identified, separated, catalogued, and killed with the same administrative precision once used to issue them rifles. Malak inspected one compound near the remains of Transit District Varos. Nearly 30,000 soldiers had been moved there after pulmonary scans detected plague spores. Some looked dying. Many looked completely healthy. A veteran regiment from the Drevenor siege armies had surrounded one of the containment gates and refused to surrender several hundred contaminated comrades. They had fought together through Linegast, the Cinder Offensive, and the final defense of Cineris. Their colonel was dead. Their remaining commander, an aging major with half his face covered in burn scars, stood before the barricade as Malak approached with 12 champions. Behind the major, guardsmen had entrenched machine guns facing Imperial troops. Malak stopped several meters away. "Stand aside." The major shook his head. They fought for this world. So did millions who are dead. They are not poxwalkers. Not yet. The officer's jaw tightened. "Give us quarantine. Put us all behind the wire if you must. We will not hand them over to be burned." Malak looked past him. Many of the soldiers behind the barricade were wounded. Some held laser guns with missing charge covers and bayonets fixed. None had any realistic chance against Astartes. "This is your warning," Malak said. "Stand aside and retain your honor." The major looked at the champions, then at the men behind him. "We already kept our honor." He raised his last pistol. Malak fired first. The bolt struck the major in the chest and exploded through his back. The veteran formation opened fire. Las beams struck black ceramite and scattered into sparks. The champions answered. Bolters turned men into fragments. Heavy rounds struck torsos and detonated inside them, throwing severed limbs, pieces of spine and broken rifles across the barricade. One guardsman reached a heavy bolter and fired a burst before Brother Karen shot him through the skull. Another tried to throw a crack grenade and lost the arm holding it. The grenade detonated among his own squad. The engagement lasted less than a minute. When it ended, the barricade was covered in blood, torn uniforms, and pieces of men who had survived the pallid sepulchre, only to die beneath loyal guns. The contaminated soldiers behind them were burned afterward. Kelt looked toward the dead veterans. Their final act was disobedience. Malak reloaded. They held the line when ordered. They raised weapons against the chapter. They were wrong at the end. That does not make their earlier service false. Malak turned toward the guard burial detail, waiting beyond the compound. "Enter their names with the loyal dead." Kelt regarded him for several moments. Then he inclined his skull helm. "So recorded." Malak formally assumed command of the surviving chapter aboard the Mors Invicta 2 days later. No enthronement awaited him. No feast was held. Caedmon Threx's body remained beneath Hive Cineris, crushed beneath the same ruin that contained Varic Dole and the destroyed Gene Sepulchre. The surviving captains, Reclusiarch Celt, Apothecarian representatives, and senior veterans assembled in the battle barge's command chapel, while damaged machinery vibrated through the deck. First Company had suffered catastrophic losses. Malak's own company had been reduced to a fraction of its former strength. The Ashen Testament was gone. The Judgment Unending required extensive repairs. Vehicles lost on Drevenor included Predators, Vindicators, Rhinos, Dreadnought chassis, and irreplaceable relics carried through centuries of war. Hundreds of gene seed lineages required recovery, reconstruction, or replacement. Several squads existed now, only as names waiting for new warriors. No one suggested remaining on Drevenor until the chapter recovered. The idea would have seemed obscene. Astartes did not exist to recover. They existed to fight until destruction made further fighting impossible. Celt placed Threx's damaged seal of command upon the stone altar. Caedmon Threx is dead. Malak looked at it. Yes. The chapter requires command. Then it has it. There was no oath beyond those already sworn. Malak took the seal. Nothing changed. He had expected that. Solus waited for him in the strategium afterward. Drevenor hung beyond the armor glass as a scarred sphere beneath them. The Inquisitor carried a Malak rested both hands upon the command rail. I assumed you would. Genetic fragments. Archive extracts recovered before Cineris fell. Classification trails. Your apothecary's destroyed comparison left traces aboard Imperial systems. None is complete. Together they form an argument. For the 14th. Yes. Malak looked toward the planet. Solus continued. If transmitted formally, the Ordos would investigate. Your gene seed stores could be seized. Your chapter might be ordered to submit samples, disarm, or present senior officers for examination. Some would demand immediate censure. Others would argue your record demonstrates loyalty. There are institutions within the Imperium that would regard merely possessing traitor Legion-derived gene seed as sufficient evidence of corruption. Would it become war? Potentially. Between loyal servants. That has happened before. Malak turned toward him. Did anything you saw here resemble loyalty to Mortarion? Solus did not answer immediately. Malak did not threaten him. He did not reach for a weapon, or remind the Inquisitor that he stood aboard an Astartes battle barge, surrounded by warriors whose chapter might survive or die, according to whatever report left his hands. He simply waited. Solus looked through the armor glass at Drevenor. I saw your chapter destroy the Pallid Sepulchre. Yes. I saw you erase a gene vault rather than allow its corruption. Yes. I saw billions die under your command. Some under mine, more under Threx's. Do you regret them? Regret does not resurrect. That was not my question. Malak studied him. Yes. The answer appeared to surprise Solus. Malak continued. Regret is not reversal. I would make some of the same decisions again, because the alternative remains worse. Solus lowered his gaze to the slate. That may be the most imperial answer I have ever heard. He entered a sequence. A classification seal appeared. The record concerning the champions of Thanatos was moved into an inquisitorial archive tier, requiring authorities so high that most servants of the Imperium would never know such archives existed. The formal report transmitted to the Ordos contained a simpler conclusion. Genetic origin, unverified. Solus shut down the slate. I have not declared you innocent. Malak said, I did not ask. I have not destroyed the evidence. Nor should you. Solus looked at him. You would permit it to survive? Blood is not an excuse. Neither is ignorance. For the first time since they had met, the Inquisitor gave him something almost resembling approval. Then he left. Sereth died before the Mors Invicta departed Drevenor. The contamination introduced by the plague blade inside the gene sepulchre had spread despite everything his enhanced physiology and apothecarian treatments could resist. He knew the progression better than anyone. Black veins had climbed from his abdominal wound. One of his hearts had begun failing. His remaining leg could no longer carry him without armor support. Yet he continued working inside the gene vault until the last recovered progenoid had been catalogued. Fallen champions were brought to him from battlefield recovery chambers. He opened dead throats and chests with the reductor, while his own hands shook from fever. Each viable gland went into stasis. Each contaminated sample went directly into incineration. Sereth refused extended treatment because the counterseptic compounds required to prolong his life were also needed to stabilize viable gene seed. "I might purchase hours," he told Malak, "or the chapter can purchase centuries." Malak stood beside him as the final canister was sealed. "You are certain?" Sereth almost laughed. "I am an apothecary. Certainty is one of the few luxuries anatomy permits." He sat against the gene vault wall, no longer wearing his damaged breastplate. "Did knowing change anything?" he asked. Malak understood. "The 14th? Yes." Malak looked through the transparent stasis cases containing the future of the chapter. "It changed what we must never allow ourselves to become." Sereth nodded. "Good." The apothecary drew a bolt pistol from beside him and offered it to Malak. There was no ceremony. Malak accepted. Sereth exposed the side of his head. "Preserve the gene seed. I will. Endure. Advance." Sereth closed his eyes. Malak fired. The chapter's memorial followed the same philosophy. There were no statues erected on Drevenor. No triumphal arch bore the names of the champions who had died. The chapter required neither gratitude nor monuments from the world it had saved. Aboard the Mors Invicta, the dead were entered into the reliquary by name, company, and recovered gene line. Cord, Hadric, Othan, Routh, Sereth, Threx, hundreds more. Armor that could be repaired returned to the armory. Damaged weapons were stripped for functioning parts. Unrecoverable ceramite was melted down to become material for future repairs, rather than preserved as sentimental relics. Gene seed rested in stasis under armed guard. Kelt stood before the assembled survivors. Memory has one function. No one moved. To sharpen duty, his Crozius rested against the deck. If remembrance makes you weak, you have remembered incorrectly. If grief makes you hesitate, you dishonor those whose deaths purchased your next step. Carry them forward. Do not drag them behind you. The champions struck fists against their breastplates once. The sound filled the chapel like a closing tomb. Drone watched their departure from the surface. The Mors Invicta hung above Drevenor like a black fortress, smaller now without the Ashen Testament beside it. He had spent weeks deciding whether he hated the champions of Thanatos. In the end, he found the question useless. They had executed imperial officers, burned their own troops, destroyed population districts containing millions, sacrificed billions to the Thanatos Protocol, collapsed Hive Cineris while people still lived inside it. They had saved Drevenor through acts that would have made monsters of ordinary men. Perhaps that was why the Emperor had made Space Marines something other than ordinary men. Drone knew what would have happened without them. The Pallid Sepulchre would have opened the Gene Sepulchre uncontested. The plague would have escaped Drevenor. Survivors would have carried infection into troopships, supply worlds, staging systems, and pilgrimage routes. One dying world could have infected 10. 10 could have infected 100. There was no mercy in what the champions had done. There had only been necessity. Drone raised one hand as the battle barge began leaving orbit. He did not salute. He simply watched. The distress signal reached the Mors Invicta before Drevenor had disappeared behind them. A nearby system reported invasion. Astropathic fragments spoke of collapsing planetary defenses, massacred garrisons, and orbital assets already lost. The origin of the attack remained uncertain. The strategic projection showed only a system surrounded by warning sigils and a casualty estimate rising with every new transmission. Malak stood in the strategium, wearing the seal Caedmon Threx had carried. Kelt waited beside him. The surviving champions gathered across the command deck, armor repaired where possible, and scarred where it was not. Some carried replacement limbs. Others bore plate taken from dead brothers. Every warrior carried the blood of the 14th Legion. None carried its allegiance. A bridge serf looked toward Malak. Chapter Master, Translation Preparations. Malak watched Drevenor shrink upon the stern display. There was no homecoming ahead of them, no period of mourning, no sanctuary in which to decide what their ancestry meant. War had already answered the question. Prepare translation. The bridge acknowledged. The warp engines began awakening deep inside the ship. Malak turned toward his chapter. He thought of Mortarion only once, not as a father, as a warning. Blood could carry strength. Blood could carry weakness. Blood could preserve traits across 10,000 years and whisper that inheritance was destiny. But blood could not swear an oath. Men did that. The champions of Thanatos stood ready. Malak gave them the words that had survived every revelation, every betrayal, every corpse field, and every brother who had died without surrender. Endure. Helms lowered. Advance. Weapons were secured for translation. Destroy. The Mors Invicta entered the warp. Behind them remained a world saved by cruelty. Ahead waited another world already screaming. The champions went to war carrying no desire for redemption, because they rejected the accusation that ancestry required it. They were not forgiven sons of Mortarion. They were not heirs returning from exile. They were warriors of the Imperium who happened to carry the gene seed of men who had failed an oath 10,000 years before. Their ancestry was blood. Their loyalty was choice. And in the Imperium of man, the difference was measured in mountains of the dead.